Hi, everybody. Ah, shit, it's doing that thing. Hold up. Excuse me. Acknowledge the window, please. Thank you. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Arabaki Gaming with the $2 already. Happy Frederica Friday. Have fun, everyone. Have fun, everyone. And Citrine Ray with the Canadian $5. Can't wait for more Escape Room Battler and Beatrice Sisters. My favorite dynamic. Very, very awesome. Yeah, lots gonna be happening in this one. I'm planning to try to go a tiny bit longer than usual. Because I have a very specific stopping point that I want to get to for this one. So that I can hopefully pace out the other two streams well enough as well. For this episode, I mean. But yeah, so with that being said, let's just go ahead and get to it. Oh, there will also be a break in the middle of this stream as well, because at one point I will have to go get tacos and eat tacos. So, you will know when that happens as well, but just warning you ahead of time. Also, Heartwolf with the $2. I am scared of this episode. You should be. Anyway, let's get right to it. The eerie sound of the wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was still attached. I didn't say it was all an illusion, just that it was still attached. After all, the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room, all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Let me out of here. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. It would probably be hard even to just get a fist through it. The windows wouldn't budge either. They were no better than barred prison windows. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out through there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of any way out of here. Shut in here like this, I was no more or less than a prisoner. Unless someone came from outside to save me, I wouldn't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, couldn't I just call for help? Yes, the tiny gap I could make in that door had to exist so that I could call for help. But could I make the words come out? I had tried to call out for help before, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. I might have made some kind of mistake. I might have just lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I cracked the door open one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I was sure that everyone was in a room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I could just call out, someone would surely come to save me. Rampaging X Snails with the $2, thank you very much. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling out once more. Oh, you didn't send the message by mistake? Dang, sorry. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Even though I could say as much as I wanted if I just grumbled to myself inside the room. Whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understood. My body wasn't the only thing imprisoned in this eerie locked room. My voice was, as well. Thinking that I could use some kind of other sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It did sound as though it was making a noisy clanking sound, but I was sure it was no good. Even this sound, was imprisoned within the locked room. No matter how harsh a sound I made, I was certain it would be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reached the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but that only deepened my despair. This chain. That's insane. Even though just a second ago it was a stiff chain that looked like it was used to seal a monster away. At some point, it had transformed into a normal chain lock. Thank you for your streams. I've been watching these at work and I'm on episode 11. You've made my day so much brighter. Thanks for being born. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that I can help pass the time for you. I know the work grind very well. This changed everything. Now I could just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo the chain, but I couldn't pull it off, the chain not being long enough for that while the door was still open a crack. Of course. Calm down. I swallowed and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. I could unfasten them normally now. Anyone could. It was easy. Clink. At that moment, that terrible thought, that the demon who had locked me in this room might have been using this as a trap to give me hope and then make me despair even more, finally stopped haunting me. The chain lock unfastened, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now, there was no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. I had closed the door in order to undo the chain, so the warm light from the hallway had been cut off. What if I opened it again and that warm light was gone this time? I was even afraid of that. However, that was just me over-imagining things, slowly expanding before my eyes. No, this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed-locked room finally opened. I did it! I did it! Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was that I could get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I can sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go, right now. At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When had this happened? And when I turned around, I despaired even more. From the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain extended, which was connected to my collar. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What the hell? The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes, the same heartless chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane! That's insane! Damn it, what's going on here? I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door off, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I was sure this chain would disappear once I went back inside the room, but it would never let me leave it. Though it had appeared to revert to being a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The fact that a chain lock bound me to that room was just as true now as ever. Tears flowing down my face, I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think for just an instant that I'd escaped. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then, I noticed, an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters, traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like they had been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You may unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. I instantly understood the meaning of that unsettling message. Then I tried it out, and understood completely. When I return to the room and reset the chain lock, the binding around my neck disappears. When I undo the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returns. In other words, I cannot escape this room while the chain lock is still unset. But that means all I need to do is set the chain while outside the room. I undid the chain one more time. The weighty collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! It's so easy to do from the inside. So why is it so hard to do from the outside? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To bring the chain even close to reaching, I had to close the door as much as possible. But even doing that meant there wouldn't be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be done from the inside. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is specially chosen, to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Maybe I could manage it with some kind of hard and thin tool? If the gap of the door was just a finger's width across, the chain would have enough length to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fit through the crack, and work the chain with that. That's right. There's a closet just to the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one. Oh, thank God! A single cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a lingerie room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Who cares? Quickly, quickly! I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab at things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again, and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this, but with the door closed this far, the chain should have extra length to spare, and this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. I'll definitely be able to do it if I try enough times. I'm certain of it. It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I had finally gotten my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it was possible, then I would be able to get out. I would be able to escape from here. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had leaned against the door with their forehead, and she, the witch, had laughed. Then, I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right. Like hell I'll let go! Like hell I'll let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard is down! Fortunately, I had stuck my wrist through it so that it wouldn't drop if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands! The witch on the other side of the door watched me and laughed once more. Then, I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place, and between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. It was red text. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been written on the door, and my left hand had been covering them up. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been written. It read, as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning. A message directly from the witch to me. No matter the method, it is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside. All tricks done from the corridor had been sealed by the red letters. Wait! It was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force that had been pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. And when I looked at the hanger that was finally free, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled, and melted away. Now it was pitifully short. It couldn't be used for anything. It would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to fasten the chain from the outside had been sealed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I threw the remnants of the wire hanger across the floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor, and everything is peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice me! Someone save me! This time, it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices. Oh, okay. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear from the other end of the hallway. Someone, come over here and save me! Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousins' room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Whoa! So, you really did have it, George Honeyke. Damn you. Damn you, 6 of spades! Your 8 of diamonds was pretty nasty, too. I was so close.
You're incredible, George Oni-chan. You won again.
Yep, looks like I've won again. Oh, looks like we've won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle, so she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Utter defeat. Canon winced and let his cards drop to the table. The game of sevens that Canon and the cousins had been playing had been a fierce battle. Normally, they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Canon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose. So George and Battler had responded, and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Canon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing, and more that just he wasn't used to playing games. He wasn't used to the idea that you win some, you lose some. So even a loss in a game played for fun was something he took very seriously. Since he had resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Canon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back. Hey, you almost had it. But man, I love this stuff. Fighting all out. Whether I go all out or not, it's meaningless if I lose in the end. Are you kidding me? If you really give it your all, you can feel good about yourself even if you lose. If you lose after hardly trying, then you feel like grumbling and complaining about how you'd have won if you'd had taken it seriously, right? That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. Those guys are always cheery no matter what the result. That's right. And those people are scarier than anyone else. They always learn something from their experience and grow. Very true. I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. So even now, I'm yet to mature. I'm furniture, so it's useless to dream. Because he had rigidly believed that, he had distanced himself from everything and shut himself away. However, during that time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures, and now her hand rested on the door separating furniture and humans. The old Canon would have seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new Canon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. That could probably be called growth. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. Being able to grow is a privilege given only to humans. Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? Seriously, thanks for going along with us. Not at all. I had fun too. Or perhaps I should say, I now understand why doing things like that is fun. Thank you very much for forcing me to come. Let's challenge ourselves more and more. And let's go find more and more things you didn't know about. So, about what we were talking about, do you want to try, like, guitar? I mean, it's not like you have to or anything, but it must be very difficult. Yeah, I guess. But I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you. Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. At first, Canon was scared of touching a musical instrument for the first time in his life, certain he would make a complete fool of himself. He knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Canon was starting to learn. It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start. If I just try to run away from that, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity. I'll never achieve anything. Yep. Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving? Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started. But I slowly got the knack of it, and it started to feel more and more natural. I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you. Really? Yes. I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start, and I might even make you lose hope in me at times. But if I've given it my all, I can take failure in my stride. That's what I learned from you all just now. You're embarrassing me. No. I love you even more, milady. Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun. I never noticed you when you were right there next to me. Then I'd better work even harder to make you love me even more. Canon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Canon's expression unexpectedly clouded. Milady, the reason I love you is so clear. That's why I can't bear not knowing. Not knowing what? Why you would start to like me? Unlike you, I do not shine in any sense. Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine away. I can't think of any reason why you should like a wretch like me. That's not true, okay? There are all kinds of good things about you, Canon-kun. Let me swallow my pride and ask, what about me made you like me, milady? Canon hung his head. He had never learned anything, so he had never been able to take the lead with her. It made him sad and frustrated that he had always been the one-sided recipient of her affection, and could do nothing but respond to it. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Canon had fallen for Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had listened to Shannon talk about her love with George, and at school she and her friends always talked about relationships with boys. There was nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance, developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if she were to put that into words, she would be misinterpreted as saying that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, if nothing else, she knew what she felt at this moment. She really did love Canon, and she truly wanted a relationship with him. They might end up together as a result, or they might not. But whatever the outcome, she could accept it as long as she held nothing back. That allowed her to stay true to her feelings, what she knew she felt right now, and act on them seriously. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Canon this. When Canon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized, I'm such a fool. Huh? What about me do you like? That very question is foolish. It's proof that I'm not serious about myself, and that I haven't been able to understand myself. It's horrible of me to try to make you say it for me. That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession. The question of what part of me do you like? It was immature of me to ask you that. How could anyone like someone so immature? Wait, that's not... Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Canon was calm, and then he spoke. In that case, I want you to grow to love me, the way I already love you. I've decided to change myself so that can happen. I can't possibly hope for you to love me the way I am, but someday, no matter what, yeah, I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Canon-kun. A guy so cool that I can't keep my eyes off of you. Until then, I'll stick by you all the way. We have all the time in the world. Unfortunately, there isn't that much time left. What about time? When I talk about furniture, it usually saddens you. But this is something I must talk to you about. And it is also something I must fight for with all of my soul. What are you talking about? I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture so I can't fall in love talk. You're a human, not furniture. I understand. That's why I intend to become human. But at the moment, I am furniture. Just do it then. Become human. The witch taught me once. The single element of this world. She said it was love. It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted. However, it's not something that those not from this world, who were born as furniture, can take for granted. In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In the same way that Nei-san and George-sama, clearing away a Discord notif, would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch. I don't really get this last part. What is it that you do not understand? Let me hear it. Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Canon's determination to fall in love. I have no problem with interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and boy who call themselves furniture. However, one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me. Why is magic necessary? Is that it? Both Shannon and Canon, no, I'll purposefully refer to them as furniture. The furniture has always claimed that there cannot be love between furniture and humans. That's where the magic of the golden butterfly brooch came into play. It was the miraculous result of that magic that love was established between Shannon and Giorgio Nichan. That's what they claim. Surely it would not be a stretch if they thought that forbidden love across class boundaries could never bear fruit without a miracle of magic? Oh, I agree. Shannon and Canon are both servants in love with members of the Yoshiromiya family, so it makes perfect sense to me that they might disparage themselves as furniture while suffering from their forbidden love. Then what is it that does not make sense to you? Without the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible. Shannon and Canon both seem to share that view. That's the part that I just can't understand. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally. And though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it had gotten to the point where it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage. Trying to stand between the two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in the path of an arrow in flight and trying to catch it. Exactly. Giorgio Nichan has sworn to protect his partner for the rest of their lives, and no longer fears opposition or disinheritance from his parents. On the contrary, he even considers them to be the perfect tests to demonstrate his love for her. In other words, they'll be married no matter what. No one can stop them. And they've both consented to the engagement. No one can stop them or impede them. Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture. Yeah, and that's what's strange. There's no need for magic. If George and Shannon had wanted Ava's approval for their engagement, then magic really might have been necessary. After all, Ava had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Ava being convinced were virtually zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they wanted a magic miracle to make Ava acknowledge their engagement. But Giorgio Nichan has already sworn to it. He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not. Yeah, there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement, and Shannon should know that well herself. So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic? Without such a miracle, she will not have the right to marry, is what the furniture claim. And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal. but she knows that there's some kind of obstacle remaining that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. And that obstacle isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts. That's why they need this miracle called magic. Why do they need magic? If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together? I see. Featherine listened to Anje's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and was enjoying watching Anje finally manage to do the same. And that same question applies to Kanon as well. The love between him and Jessica One-chan has just begun, but their emotions are pure. There's nothing standing in their way. They're already in a loving relationship, even without the golden butterfly brooch. It'd be no surprise if the relationship they've started lasts for years and eventually results in marriage. There's nothing standing in their way either. As long as they do not seek approval from Kraus and Natsuhi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Exactly. Kanon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica One-chan. There's no need for magic anymore. If it were a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or something. But their feelings are already mutual. They've already communicated their intentions to one another. So why do they need a miracle on top of that? Both pieces of furniture are in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't be any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire a miracle of magic? And on top of that, the single brooch is portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. It feels almost as though Shannon is hesitating, because if she uses up that miracle for herself, Kanon's chances at love will be automatically sealed away for eternity. So the question is this: why is furniture not allowed to love? So you ask why love is not permitted without the miracle known as magic. And also, there's this golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of. Just what on earth is that?
Of course, it is a crystallization of magic. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin.
So it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches.
Correct. So Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it in a sandy beach and someone who knew nothing picked it up,
if that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magic power.
Precisely. A witch's magical items often lose their power if they're not handed over directly. However, in just the same way that a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans and the anti-magic toxin disappears, the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many people.
That's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it.
Feet Lovers 69 with the... I forget, it's that SEK... That's Crone, right? 20. Have you played Chaos Head? I have not played Chaos Head. I have actually not played any of the games in that particular series. But yes, yeah, Swedish Crone. But yeah, it is one of those things that I'm like interested in getting around to at some point. There are a lot of like Nitro Plus things that I have not played in particular.
I've heard the same goes for medicine. Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree.
Oh, I think I understand. When taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle.
As she listened, Beato thought the magic sounded a bit like a charm. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a charm. Something that had no effect if the person using it didn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of lower status such as herself would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you have zero chance of success. But if with the power of magic you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, the probability then rises to something greater than zero at the very least. Zero remains zero forever, but if even a faint probability were to exist, It would be no exaggeration to say that an impossible miracle had occurred compared to the time when the probability was 0. Humans can use magic to take resignation, by which they themselves make the probability of success 0 and cancel it out. When a human does not give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. And the stronger their belief, the more those odds rise. It was easy to imagine that Shannon had made earnest wishes upon the brooch, believed in its effect, and made many little efforts to get George to like her.
The power of belief becomes magic.
And those who make others believe are witches.
Those who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely think that it was a sleight of hand. They might wonder how it was accomplished, but they would be sure that it wasn't magic, and they would applaud the splendid trick that had appeared to be magic. But what if they conducted a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, culminating in the exact same thing? Would any of the people there think that it was a sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist, and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic.
In that case, would this count as magic?
Oh? Will the witch who cannot use magic now perform it for the first time?
Here I have an empty teacup. There is nothing inside it.
It is empty. Go on.
I will take this cup, turn it like this, and place it upside down on the table.
And then, what next?
Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation.
It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation.
Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup?
Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup?
As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then, a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down onto the overturned cup, and scattered away in a spray of gold.
May I open my eyes now?
Yes. Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup.
Well now, let us see how well your first bit of magic has worked.
Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup.
How is it?
When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal.
Does this count as magic?
Yes, it most certainly does. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. It was a splendid bit of magic.
Oh yeah, baby. Without love, it cannot be seen. That much I understand.
It may be viewed as a trick. It may also be believed to be magic. It all depends upon the toxin of the individual.
Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything. To get back to the point, none of this stuff about believing in magic and charms can answer the question. What is the golden butterfly brooch that can allow the lamenting furniture to have the love they insisted they were incapable of? It's not enough for an answer. To take what we heard from the two Beatos at face value, would it not make sense to consider that magic has the power to cancel out the furniture's resignation? Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary? Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one. However, let me say this as a reader. I can't accept this as you've presented it.
You cannot accept it, you say?
The fate that those pieces of furniture were fighting to overturn was something much more immense than this would allow for. I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given a charm for making relationships.
It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George Onichan. But after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic, and she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. She put the miracle of magic behind her at that point. In that case, why is she once again in need of this power?
Well, no. Perhaps there is no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things.
Featherine laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Anjay, who hadn't reached it yet. Let me hear it. What's your view? I'd like to keep that to myself for just a while longer. And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to. If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking. Then, having you read aloud would be no fun. So, you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to, just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about. Well, I am the Witch of Theater going. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko. Wah ha ha ha. I understand that a part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it does permeate so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Visiting a shrine before an important exam to pray that you'll pass is something that many people do. However, not many people will actually credit that visit as the reason for their success. Praying like this contains no power except as a calming influence. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can cause a major change, this power might cause a massive upheaval. However, would the insurmountable fate those pieces of furniture claim to be in the middle of really change because of something like that? I think that in the past, the magical power of the brooch as it joined Shannon and George was little more than a good luck charm. However, at this point, the magical power that the pieces of furniture is seeking from the brooch, praying for their love to succeed, it's not something as vague as a charm. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic, but that's no more than a child's trick, and that only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power, for true magic, not a sleight of hand. So then, just what kind of magic are the pieces of furniture expecting from that brooch? A golden butterfly brooch? The Golden Witch Beatrice gave a magic charm to Shannon in exchange for smashing a mirror, a charm that makes love succeed. That's what this is. From his pocket, Canon pulled a wing of a gold butterfly. Though it was just a single wing, it was easy to tell from its distinctive shape that it had originally been part of something with a butterfly motif. The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start her relationship with George-sama. However, before that magic was fully realized, she left it to me. So thanks to the power of this brooch, I gained your affection, milady. That's not true. I started liking you because of my own honest feelings. Thank you very much. You're a human, so you do not believe in witches or magic. It's only natural. However, as furniture created by magic, my very existence here is proof that the miracle of magic exists. Sorry, what are you talking about? Jessica tried her hardest to grasp what Canon was trying to say. However, she couldn't understand it and had to ask him to repeat it with a bitter smile. Both Shannon and I need magic to succeed in love. The key for that is this brooch. I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part. The brooch had lost its power when it was split in half. However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived. It would revive the miraculous power that could join furniture and a human together. However, a single brooch can only grant one person's wish. Only one of us furniture can be joined by this single brooch. It was the single spark of love that the old Beatrice with her shrill laugh had sown on a day long ago. That Beatrice had likened humans who were tormented by this spark to ripe fruit and had taken evil pleasure in their suffering. However, the magic infused within this spark was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. Its shine grew brighter. Huh? What the? It's okay, but please don't look right at it. It'll blind you. It grew more brilliant still, shining like the sun. Jessica didn't need Canon to tell her to put her hands over her eyes. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roaring of the wind, or the tide, also grew in intensity. It had already drowned out the sound of the wind and rain outside. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. It was a flood of sound and light, and until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan. Absolute one, I would recommend not abbreviating Japan like that.
Come on, it's okay now. Let's hurry.
I hope Father likes sweet foods.
Oh yes, he does like them. In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything.
Ah.
Yes. Taco food is ready. Nice.
Well, I guess that's perfect timing. Guys, it is taco time. I will be back.
You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
I just got my tacos, chat, so still a little bit of time. Keep enjoying your discussion. Just popping in to let you know.
Yeah, check. You're in tune to the ZEPAR sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time. Check. You're in tune to the ZEPAR sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
I am watching the chat, by the way. Kitty, just to remind you, because I don't think it's been mentioned in a really long time, but I don't know if it would affect your perspective on this or whatever. I think, if I remember correctly, Rudolph said a while back that Asunu had a fear of vehicles, of planes and boats and that sort of stuff, and would always talk about falling, and that Battler picked that up from her, so there's also that. Oh yeah, that's right, it was Battler's birthday recently, wasn't it? Happy late birthday, Battler.
Alright, chap. Soccer time is over for me. So, it is back to reading.
Oh yes, he does like them. In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything.
After waiting for the master of the study to be out, Beato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then, they quickly tidied away the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and began spreading out the contents. Rebko with the $5. Teacher voice, did you bring enough tacos to share with the class? There's probably gonna be quite a bit of leftovers, actually, you know. So I don't know. Get over here and see what you can do. You have until tomorrow. Inside were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a cute plate and neatly decorated it with the cookies. It was the kind of slight adornment that the person eating wasn't likely to even notice. The whole setup was filled with that sort of feeling.
You spare no efforts for the sake of your beloved father.
This is all I'm permitted to do right now.
To think that I would give Battler cookies. Why should I, the ruler of the night, do so much for a guest who comes so rarely?
Then, the study door swung violently open. It was Battler, with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Beato there, but his expression quickly went blank again. What are you doing here?
Father, please excuse me. I didn't come here to get in the way of your important game.
How were you able to get in here? Wasn't this room locked?
My apologies. I lent them a key because they wished to surprise you with a gift.
See, have a look. Beatrice-sama baked these cookies with all her soul, hoping that you would enjoy them.
Kumasawa-san and Genji-san taught me. I never knew Genji-san was so good at baking cookies.
He hasn't done it much of late, but Genji-san used to cook many things long ago. He was especially good with sweets.
Cookies?
Yes. It's a gift for you, Father. I sincerely pray for your victory in this important match.
Battler looked at the plate on the study desk that was piled up with beautiful cookies, and the message card of encouragement lying next to it. And his face twisted with a complex expression, which might have had traces of both sadness and anger contained within it.
My lord.
In not so many words, Genji prompted him to consider giving Beato's efforts some kind of acknowledgement. Battler understood. He had no reason to respond to this kindness with displeasure. However, even though he understood that logically, all he could do was give a small, exasperated sigh.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. But I don't like sweets. Please take it away.
My lord!
Don't make me say the same thing again. Please clean it up and take it away.
My lord, couldn't you just try one bite? Beatrice-sama worked hard to make them for your sake.
I'm grateful for the sentiment. I'm in the middle of a very important game right now. Important to both me and Beato. And it will be our last. So please, try not to trouble me any more than necessary.
That's just too sad for her. I'm glad that you're grateful for her feelings, but can't you show it just by taking one little bite?
Father,
Beato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face was more pained than any he had shown Beato before.
Kumasawa, clean this up and take it away.
My lord!
Kumasawa implored Battler to listen, but he turned his back to her.
my apologies. Let's clean this up, Kumasawa-san.
I won't allow it. By making this gift, Beatrice-sama gave it her all to try and support you in your important game in the only way she could. To tell her to take it away without eating a bite yourself. How can you trifle with the woman so?
Kumasawa.
If you call yourself a man, you should at least try a bite when a woman makes you a handmade snack. If you truly intend to trample on this woman's feelings, I promise you this. I will not back down even if it kills me. No, I won't.
Kumasawa-san, you've done enough for me already.
I won't allow it. My lord, do you think there might be poison inside of them?
Yeah. If Beato ever came to give me cookies, of course I'd think she put some kind of crazy poison in them. She asked me if I thought there'd be poison in these. How could anyone ever think? The cookies like these, piled up in such a neat and cute way, could possibly have something bizarre hidden inside. And who could possibly believe that Beato would make something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Beato's innocent reaction, which was completely free from any malicious thought of slipping poison into the cookies. Beato quietly started to clean up. Every now and then she sniffled. Kumasawa had been glaring at Battler continuously, but now she gave a small sigh and helped Beato clean up. However, the hardness didn't disappear from her expression.
My apologies, Father. Please excuse me.
Don't call me that. Don't call me father. Beato never once called me that.
Yes, as you wish. My apologies.
Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Beato hurried out of the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. She shut the door a bit violently, and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance. I may be his little sister,
but I'm not sure how I feel about that. If she were anyone other than Beato, you'd think him as a true enemy of women, is that it? I don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Beato act so friendly together. Right now, I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat. Still, even so, as a woman, I can't say I like Oni-chan's reaction. Though I can understand Battler's feelings a little. What a sad state of affairs. I still don't understand what kind of bad blood or connection there was between them. However, Oni-chan probably views Beato as a friendly adversary, if not something more. Oni-chan's reason for defeating Beato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes. I can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion. And on top of that, Beato really is something, to remain dedicated to Oni-chan even after being treated so coldly. I agree with the other older sister, Beatrice. I can't understand why she's so dedicated to Oni-chan. And, though it may take 1,000 years, that single factor that we do not understand must be passed on to the Golden Witch Beatrice we know so well. Yes, I understand that. Knowing this Beato leads to knowing the Beato who is to come. It may explain the greatest piece in this crazy game, if not the game board itself. Such a mysterious witch. Though she said those words, Featherine wore a confident smile on her face. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged. Beatrice, I want to ask you something. Yes? What would you like to know, Anji-san? Beato, who had been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the study, jumped when Anji called out to her. Why do you call Ushiromiya Battler father? Because he created the piece that I am. In that case, why are you so dedicated to Ushiromiya Battler? Is there some rule that pieces must obey the creator who made them? There is no such rule. Pieces are tools, like a knife. If the game master uses them well, they can be quite useful. However, if you use them incorrectly, they can hurt you as well. Whether the tool is used as a tool or a weapon, that has nothing to do with the tool's own will. It is merely the result. In that case, why are you so dedicated towards Oni-chan? It's almost as though that's your purpose as a piece. Yes, that is the purpose for which I was born. Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that purpose? You have that wrong. Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board as the game master. The one who gave birth to this piece was the first game master, and the one who created this game, Beatrice herself. This is getting confusing. In other words, you keep calling Oni-chan father, but he's not actually your father. You're just calling him that affectionately because you feel that you have to dedicate yourself to him. Yes, I think that's true. Father was the one who placed me on the game board. If he hadn't, my piece would never have had a turn. So the reason I exist here right now, and the reason I am able to devote myself to my purpose, is all thanks to Father.
This is what I meant when I said a while ago that, like, I think that Ryukishi has a lot of interesting stuff in this episode. I think he muddled his metaphors a little bit here and there. So I just wanted to take a stop at this point to let this sink in for people so that it's maybe, so you can get a grasp on what's going on a little bit better. Because, yes, there is a deliberate parallel being made with Kinzo. And it is supposed to make you uncomfortable. But within the logic of this weird meta story, this Beato and Battler are not, that is not their actual relationship. So, that you were supposed to take that away from this. Like, he is not actually her father. Just so you know.
I see. So that's why it makes sense for you to call him father. In that case, who told you to devote yourself to Oni-chan? Oh, right. That's the first game master, Beato herself. This is so confusing. You wish to ask her why she must serve Ushiromiya Battler, correct? However, she cannot give you that answer. She was given nothing but the purpose itself. Only the person who gave her that purpose knows the reasons for which they did so. I see. Consider that as well, child of man, right? So that means you already have an idea and you're laughing at my confusion. You really are just perfect for my Miko. I will do anything for Father. My existence will bring Father happiness. That is my greatest pleasure. And... At that point, Beato hesitated. What? And what? Yes. And if I could one day have Father acknowledge my efforts, there would be no greater happiness for me. Pfft. What the hell? If you only wanted to serve him, I'd say you're just another piece of the witch's furniture. But you want him to acknowledge your efforts? That's less like furniture and more like... Anjay stopped mid-sentence. That's less like furniture and more like... You're just a girl who loves Oni-chan. I don't get it. The guiding force behind this Beato's actions is that of a girl who adores Oni-chan. But then, what would that make her? If she liked Oni-chan, then she should have adored him and done things for him herself. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity to do it? This way, even if she does attract Oni-chan's attention, it will be towards the piece version of herself, not the creator who made that piece. If I ever fall in love with someone, I'll probably want to do things for them. But of course, I would want to do those things myself. After all, I would want him to notice me. This love is destined to go virtually unrewarded. No matter how devoted she is, she will never get anything out of it. And she's done this out of her own free will. Beato's behavior looks no different than that of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Beato create a piece like this? Is putting it in terms of romance a bit too confusing? Then let's try using food as an example. It's as pointless as creating a piece to eat food for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You're the one who wants to eat. There's no reason for having a piece do that in your place. For most jobs in the world, you can get someone else to do it for you. However, with love and food alone, there can never be any meaning in letting another person do it in your place. That's right. This Beato was created as a piece, for an impossible reason. Though at a glance, she looks just like a normal girl. The more I learn about her, the less I understand. Like an imaginary number. Father hates it when I call him Father. And the me that Father desires didn't call him by that name either. Right. The former you spoke to everyone without even using honorifics. However, simply possessing that knowledge doesn't mean I can refer to Father quite that informally. I'd like to do my best, and make a start by calling him Battler-san. I'm surprised you haven't gotten discouraged after being treated so coldly. Father... no. Battler-san is in the middle of an important game right now. His opponent is the formidable Lady Erica, piece of the great Lady Bernkastel. I stepped in at a delicate moment in his game, just as it was starting to reach the critical part, and called Battler-san by that name he doesn't want to hear, so it's no surprise that he was in a bad mood. Apparently, Beato still wanted to devote herself to Battler, even after being treated in such a cold manner. Though to an outsider it just looks as though she's being snubbed, it doesn't faze her at all. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love. Or is it that I can't see because I have no love? At times, love can make the invisible visible. Beato once again immersed herself in the fragment book that told of her former self. She was trying to find something about the Beato that Battler desired. Anjay shrugged, and as though saying, "Well, I don't get it." Featherine laughed when she saw this, and quipped that an innocent young woman could never understand. Anjay grumbled something back unhappily. Their interactions seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Beato, as she sat in the shadows of the library. After chasing all of the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, for just the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, The room had seemed a little less at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the desk, which no longer had anything on it. When he did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm doing fine. If Battler wished, he could make it possible to touch them or eat them, but it would be an empty sensation. It would only give the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had actually been. No, I'm fine. Oh, it might have just been my chair noises. In a reception sofa facing Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Beato.
Come on, have a bite. It's not every day that I'll make these by hand. Have no fear, I'm confident in how well they've turned out.
Hearing that from a lady makes them all the more dubious.
Seriously. Any cookies you made would obviously have had some kind of strange poison in them.
Shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and maybe that to your you-know-what, huh?
It's because you do that sort of thing all the time that Battler-kun will never agree to eat them. Huh? Putting things in someone's food is pretty basic, isn't it? Fingernails, bits of hair, magic charms, fragments of love. What would you people put in?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't put anything in them. I'd just eat them all by myself.
Obviously. Do you have to be so predictable?
Well, they say a girl's gotta grab by all three sacks. The first step is the stomach, right? Next comes the wallet, so what could the third one be?
If I could catch a guy's attention, I'd want to make him sacrifice his body, heart, and soul to me. That's why I pour all of my power and affection into my cooking. In any event, giving someone food that you've cooked yourself is probably a frontal attack as old as time. Ridiculous. How pathetic to think that you require such tricks to grasp a man's heart. Oh? I'd be very interested in hearing how much experience you have in grasping a man's heart, One-sama.
Battler, there's nothing weird in it, so have a bite. Don't think you'll ever get a chance to eat my homemade cookies again.
There probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched out my hand, out to the illusion of the cookie plate, and touched it. Just before I did, it became a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. The illusions of Ronove and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa. Is there something that does not satisfy you? Are you really gonna make me say it? The more the new me differs from the form you wished for, the more you are reminded that I can never be revived again. Correct? If you let a good woman get away, you never get a second chance. So only now you've finally realized what a good woman I was. Shut up. If you never appear again, that'd be a relief. Beato lay sprawled out on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was silence. I think you understand, but I do understand. The me you were expecting has already disappeared. I know. Even though that Beato is you without a doubt, she's a different being than the former you. And I can say with certainty that she will never revive again. My soul, femininity, sparkling personality, and splendid character were cultivated in 1,000 years spent as a witch. Unless an exactly identical 1,000 years is traversed, it is impossible to become me. In short, from the very moment you decided to create me, my personal history will be different. Yeah.
That damn burn Castell is already guaranteed that you'll never revive.
However, you still hope for it, don't you? One day the new me trips and lands on her head, and all of her memories of the past are spectacularly restored. You're hoping for something like that, aren't you?
A delusional plot like that wouldn't even pass in a light novel these days.
Shut up. Don't pretend you didn't do the same. You waited and waited for me to remember and take notice. Then what? Does this mean that our relationship now is exactly the opposite of how it once was?
Oh, whoops.
Well, there was a time when I continued the game believing that you would eventually notice and remember. That a miracle would occur.
How did it feel when you were playing those games with me?
As they say, look inside your own heart.
It's tough. If only she didn't look so much like you, I wouldn't be so confused about how to feel about her.
Well, do as you wish. In the past, I toyed with you and tormented you. Now's your chance for revenge against me. The new me will just wander about, ignorant of everything. You may boil or burn her as you see fit. Perhaps it will clear away an old hatred.
If she was you, I would. It'd probably make me feel a lot better. But the Beato isn't you!
Who is she then, if not me?
Someone very like you, but a different person.
However, there can be no doubt that she is also me.
Yeah, she is you. And at the same time, she's a different person.
In that case, the new me is most unfortunate. She is being treated like a plaything in my place. How truly pitiable.
That might be the contradiction inside me. Because the new Beato seems like a different person, I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person than Beato, she keeps reminding me of her.
In that case, think of her as my daughter.
Your daughter?
Consider her a blood daughter of mine who closely resembles me. After all, she is my double, but hasn't lived 1,000 years, so calling her that is not incongruous.
True.
Imagine that I have died, left behind a daughter, and entrusted her to you. That way, won't it become a little easier to think of how to deal with her?
That's actually a good analogy. It's unlike you.
Do not jest. That is my daughter. She is the child I left behind after my death. You are free to press my likeness upon her. You may also let loose your pent-up resentment on her in my place. Making her bear my sins and torturing her as you please may allow you to give vent to your emotions. If that is not to your taste, you can also guide her down the right path, so that she does not end up on the inhumane road that I have tread. She was made to devote herself to you since the moment of her birth. If you wish, you can mold her into any shape you desire. With a miracle of 1,000 years, she might even become me.
So, I could even strip her and drag her around with a chain like you did to me once.
Yes, at this point, even greater humiliation would be possible.
So she's both your double and your daughter, huh?
Without a doubt, she is exactly the same person, the same piece, which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice.
However, when I can't accept it that way, I can interpret her as being Beato's daughter. This served as a clear guidepost on how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. And, finally, I can understand how cruel I had been to her just now. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white card about the size of a business card had fallen onto the floor. It was the message card that had adorned those cookies. I had rushed her, telling her to clean up and leave right away, which was probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed.
Nightlight, they explained this in the last stream as well, and at the beginning of the story, Beatrice is not, as an entity on the game board or in the meta world or whatever, like, she's not a singular entity. She represents the game and all of its rules, so you could call her the rule of this world. So, yep.
I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It brought tears to my eyes, so I was sure that I could read it. And yet, my eyes were so blurred with tears that I couldn't see anything.
The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. The silence that followed was not broken by any noise, not even the sound of the wind and rain outside that had been so clearly audible moments before. Both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world was this? It was a strange room that they had never seen before. It looked like a Western tea room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. It felt as though a dignified person must own this room. Preparations for black tea were set on the table, and so was a chessboard which seemed to be halfway through a game. However, there was something strangely out of place. The black and white checkerboard pattern made it feel like chess, but it looked like a very similar yet totally different game that no one knew of. In the same way that it both looked like chess and not like chess, the furnishings of this room, no, the room as a whole, looked at first glance like a Western tea room, but also felt like something completely different.
Just where is this place?
Jessica-chan and Karen-kun. Shannon? Where's Shannon?
I'm right here, George-sama.
And I'm here. Milady, George-sama. We apologize for bringing you to a place like this.
What on earth is going on? You took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and it started shining, and then...
The same thing happened to me. Canon-kun took out this golden butterfly brooch thing. It started to sparkle, and...
Milady, George-san, first of all, please allow us to apologize. And please stay calm. Something strange is about to happen. That strange thing will probably test us.
Test us? Do you mean that trial you were just talking about? That we have to overcome if we want to be together?
Digimaniac33 with the $5. Do you think there will be an excellent host here? Well, I guess you could say that.
A trial? I haven't explained it to you yet, milady. My apologies. But please, if your words just a second ago were the truth, please lend me your strength. I will give it everything I've got, so please.
I'm not getting any of this. Do you know something, George Nissan?
A bit. I'm just as surprised as you about what's happening right now. But if they say that this is an unavoidable trial that's essential for us to go through, I intend to take on whatever may come.
A trial?
Canon-kun, the brooch.
Yeah.
The two of them brought the halves of the broken golden butterfly brooch close to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased.
Jessica-chan, I want you to brace for this. Brace yourself for this. I'm already mentally prepared.
What are you talking about? I don't have a clue. What the hell is going on?
It's a trial. A test for a pair of lovers.
Huh?
George spoke those corny words without any hesitation. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Shannon and Canon were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes, as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, the pair of them brought the two golden butterfly wings together. Then, the wings they held became a single brooch, and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all present, as the brooch shattered, and two shining things flew out of it.
People live for the sake of love. Yes, this world is love itself.
Oh, how great is the power of love! Love is everything!
Suddenly, the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was this? Who were they? George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there, almost as though the brooch which had once split in two had become them.
Oh, this is odd, FURFUR. Why are we in a place like this?
It really is strange, ZEPAR. There's no one but humans and furniture. Where is the witch? Where is the witch capable of summoning us?
Yes, we remember well the name of the witch of that contract, don't we? Why don't we try calling her out, FURFUR?
Yes, you're right, ZEPAR. We know the name of the witch of the contract, the Golden Witch.
Then let's try calling her name.
All together now. Beatrice!
Given their manner, exaggerated like a theater play, and their slightly ridiculous style of talking, it would probably be hard to immediately comprehend the great power these demons possessed. When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. I want to make sure, just real quick, do we have character profiles for them yet? Okay, yeah, no, they haven't appeared yet. Then it took the form of two golden witches.
What's this? There are two Beatrices.
Well, there are two of us as well. Why shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then?
This is my double and my little sister. We two are the same, and as a single person.
Pleased to meet you. It has been a long time, Beatrice-sama.
Am I dreaming?
I feel the same. Still, it's too early to get dumbfounded.
Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next.
Demons of the contract, it has been too long. ZEPAR, and you too, FURFUR.
Okay, there we go. There they are. ZEPAR, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. ZEPAR grants the contractor undying, immeasurable defensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to dread any of love's wounds. A hunter of love who loves to prey upon passive men, is of a different gender than FURFUR. And FURFUR, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. FURFUR grants the contractor endless, inexhaustible offensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to fear any of love's barriers. A trainer of love who teaches passive men the taste of flesh, is of a different gender than ZEPAR. Exactly, Archiver, but what gender? Who knows?
Long time no see. You seem to be in high spirits as always.
But look at your cute little sister here. Those juicy eyes must have had the taste of white peaches when they grow teary.
Well, I wonder.
Menlo with the $5. That Edward Elric, I see no difference. Love is love image macro, but incarnated as a demon summon. Yeah, pretty much. ZEPAR and FURFUR latched onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play.
Leave it at that for now, demons of the contract. To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit. It will be dearly missed.
The last time.
The brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed.
In other words, our role is now finished. Ah, yes, it has been fun, Beatrice.
However, it was decided when the contract was made. It was decided that we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell.
So this is truly the final miracle.
Once is enough for the miracle of love. After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time.
There you have it. Lovers male and female. Gathered here are those cursed absent a miracle to unsuccessful love. The power of the golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle, is your last chance, and like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening. This miracle can only be given to a single pair.
I won't lose.
Yeah. Let's both give it our all.
Shannon and Canon exchanged a serious gaze. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love's success.
I don't really get it. But I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon.
Jessica was finally starting to figure out the direction things were headed. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Canon against George and Shannon.
Let me be totally clear. We don't need your help. Canon-kun and I can handle our relationship by ourselves. I'm not going to be pressured into turning to some shady demons for help.
Milady, please listen. If we don't overcome this trial, we cannot be together.
Jessica, accept it. This is the only trial that can be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with a human.
More of this stuff about furniture and humans. Yammer on about that all you want. It has nothing to do with us.
You still haven't told Milady?
I didn't know how I should explain it.
Canon-kun, Shannon, and you, George Nissan. Why are you listening to these creeps? No one can stand in the way of a person's love. Why do we have to get approval from these demons? It's none of their business.
Well, it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us. We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair.
Couldn't you explain it for her? I don't understand that well myself. Is there some kind of problem with the love between Jessica-san and Canon-san?
Oh my. It seems you understand nothing at all.
With our blessing, a pair can cultivate their love at their leisure. No need to worry about suspicious demons.
However, without our blessing, your love will vanish, disappear, wither, and decay.
How the hell are you so sure? Because it is fate. You may not choose to accept it, you may not choose to resist it.
Oh, what happens if you choose not to resist it?
That love will end. Well, an abstract explanation isn't so convincing. Well now, how could one explain the dead-end fate you're in?
Ushirimiya Jessica, the future you two share is more grim than you realize.
If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you both. The infection within you will fester, and split the two of you apart. Even I will not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process. However, if you will not believe, Jessica, I will tell you how it ends. Canon will stop being a servant and will leave the island. For all eternity.
You will probably leave the island yourself in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtlessly be in vain.
Yes, and then you will mourn and hate.
Hate who?
You!
Me? No, the you of this moment!
With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she passed this by, it would be she herself who would regret it later.
What the hell are you saying?
When you have lost the one you love, you will realize how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love.
Yes, we're messengers from the you of the future. Please, at this very moment, take your love seriously and fight.
And if you don't listen to the message of the you from the future?
The foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping.
The endless cycle of suffering will swallow itself and simply vanish.
What the hell are you talking about?
Jessica's confusion showed on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she had heard a long time ago surfaced in the back of her mind.
Unlike Ne-san, I don't plan on working here for many years. After just a few years, or possibly, if Ne-san ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too. Canon-kun.
If you give up on the miracle of magic and leave it to Shannon and George, they will be joined and leave the island. After that, Canon will leave the island as well. That is an unavoidable fate.
Then what if they can obtain the miracle of magic?
Of course, Canon will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all time. He will probably be able to start learning music with Jessica as she wished for. How their relationship will progress afterward is a matter for the two lovers. They may deepen their relationship slowly all by themselves, as Jessica wanted. However, if that happens, George-san and I will not be joined.
For the sake of our own happiness and futures, we're fated to fight.
Are you kidding me? What the hell? So if we're joined, the other pair will split apart? What kind of demon's game is this?
Don't be mistaken. You will not be taking something from each other. Without the power of the golden butterfly brooch, neither love is fated to bear fruit.
And who the hell decides that?
It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love. Didn't Canon clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to love? Knowing that, you chose Canon as the one you loved. I won't let you get away with saying you didn't know.
Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then, George spoke up with that soft tone that he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious.
Jessica-chan, can't you think of it this way?
Think of it what way?
I love Shannon. I'm prepared to overcome any and all trials and obstacles that stand in the way of us being together. What about you?
Well, yeah, 1 or 2 setbacks aren't gonna stop me. I'm tougher than that.
Yes, that's what this is about. Right now, we are being tested. Tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly.
Are you actually satisfied with this insanity?
There's no need to be satisfied. When I gave Shannon that engagement ring, I swore to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way. No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible those trials might be, backing down is not an option.
George spoke clearly, then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept on grumbling and refusing this demon's trial, the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Then they would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Canon would split apart, with Canon eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again.
Personally, nothing would make me happier than you backing out of this trial. That way I wouldn't have to fight you. And it would reveal just how little you actually feel for Canon-kun.
It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If it came to a loss by default, Jessica would never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. That would leave a bad aftertaste even for George.
We must fight fair and square for that single miracle. Even if I lose at the end, I'll be able to accept it if we both gave it our all. And because of that, I will be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart.
George's determination is quite impressive. After hearing all of that,
Are you still going to run away?
The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he too challenged her with cold eyes.
And Shannon?
Please forgive me, milady. For the sake of being joined with George-san, I am determined not to flinch in my resolve. Even if I know that staying true to my heart will mean the end of your loving relationship.
Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica was surprised to realize just how strong the determination was that dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend.
Canon-kun, I want to start a new life with you, milady. Even if that life means crushing Nezan's happiness, I will not falter now.
Canon was also doing all he could to be strong. Yes, all of them, for being serious and frank, and abandoning any naivete that they may have possessed. All of this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic, and the trial that the demons were giving them. None of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested. Whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head, shaking while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before too long. She needed just a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with their dramatic gestures did not violate this silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was.
Jessica-san.
furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well.
By me too? What do you mean?
She had thought this had been about 2 pairs of lovers. Beata was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well.
With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch, even your wish, that your affection for Battler will be acknowledged, can be granted easily. And without that miracle, you too will also never be bound.
It means you're no outsider to this either.
To cut across the marshes of love, that is your wish, is it not?
We will not make light of your wish.
Even your relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot. Even you, with your optimistic attitude, must understand that this fate will eventually come to pass, barring some kind of miracle.
Well,
Beato hung her head sadly. She wasn't about to let the cookie incident break her spirit. However, it would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog freezing in the cold and bunching together with others for warmth. This is so funny considering that Ryukishi at his fucking Q&A panel at Anime Expo admitted that Evangelion was one of his favorite anime. He literally did that on purpose. She had approached him because of love and had been hurt for it.
If you understand that much, entrusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest. As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing. ZEPAR, FURFUR, let my little sister join in too.
Oh, of course.
Welcome, Second Beatrice. We were planning on including you from the very beginning.
After all, we are ZEPAR and FURFUR, the demons of love.
Is it alright if I join in?
If you want to, I don't see a problem. I won't prevent anyone from entering. We'll win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union. Of course, it's the same the other way around. If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best, then both Shannon and I promise to sincerely support the pair that wins. Right, Shannon?
Yes. We will not lose. And even if we did, we would cheer you on from the bottom of our hearts.
I feel the same. I will not lose.
Well, if there's no way out of this fight, let's show him what we've got. Neither I nor Kanon-kun have any intention of losing without a fight.
You feel the same, I assume?
Yes. If there's even a small chance that Father... No. That Battler's son will acknowledge me. I'm willing to put myself on the line.
Well said. Good going, little sister. ZEPAR, FURFUR, the actors have gathered.
Then let's begin, FURFUR.
Yes, let us begin, ZEPAR.
Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic.
Erica had returned to the room that had been given to her on the 2nd floor of the guest house. No, don't worry, Smiles. We're gonna see this fight. We just gotta give it its due time. But first, we gotta talk to somebody else about their feelings, or lack thereof. This is probably my favorite Erica scene in the entire novel. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't enable her to listen in on the voices in the cousin's room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long ways away from the cousin's room.
Last time my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. The power of authorities given to the Game Master permit this level of modification to the initial arrangement. It is perhaps a quite reasonable first move. Well, that suits me too. I have no desire to listen to those brats' squeaky voices as they play cards.
This whole time, Erica had been sitting at the desk working at something. She was preparing some of those duct tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape available. She drew a complicated, unforgeable signature on it with permanent marker, then added slits through it. By sticking this over a place that she wanted to prove had remained closed, she could create a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. Those menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game.
Great. Is something wrong?
He got me. That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erica shrugged and showed the piece of duct tape she had cut off to Dlanor. By sight alone, Dlanor couldn't tell what had annoyed Erica. However, as soon as she held the tape, she realized the difference right away.
This won't be any good.
Yes. It's barely sticky at all. This won't even reach close to the red truth.
Even duct tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal.
It is possible to tear it off cleanly. This cannot serve as proof of a seal. I guess Battler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought. He probably tampered with all the duct tape on this island using the authority of the Game Master.
Letting Erica get her hands on duct tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact, and so Battler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion.
Most likely. All possible substitutes for duct tape have also been tampered with. Probably. Well, it isn't really so bad. At least this way I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain.
Erica tossed the duct tape aside and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed.
Well, detectives do have a penchant for puffing on a pipe while calmly waiting for a crime to occur. I doubt there'll be any part for you to play until the first twilight begins. So why not vanish off somewhere and take a smoking break? I imagine that looking at my face will do nothing more than tire you out.
I do not smoke. I am just a kid.
Oh, really? I wish I could. Well, only if it really is as refreshing as smokers claim.
It seems that you are not in high spirits.
Does it look that way?
Erica answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the smoke, the sound of the wind and the rain. It was so quiet that it was hard not to listen to the ticking of the clock.
Lady Erica, may I ask a question?
Depends on what it is. Answer's probably no, though.
Well, we're just killing time anyway. What is it? Erica was probably bored as well. Or maybe the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She assented, which was very unlike her.
Why is it that you hate magic?
Oh. You mean that thing downstairs with Maria? That was nothing more than a foolish trick to deceive children. Everyone knew that. Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion? I cannot understand.
It had been a childish fight. Erica didn't need Dlanor to tell her that.
Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist. I can't stand having magic confuse the truth.
And so you feel pleasure from exposing that?
I sense a different emotion. A different emotion? What's that?
To me, it feels less like pleasure, and more like a different, negative emotion.
Huh. You really are a murder doll, aren't you? Even your eyes are like knotholes.
My apologies. Please forgive me.
Erica rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Dlanor. Because of this, Dlanor couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain, interpreting this to mean that Erica wanted her to go away. Dlanor gave a bow and made to leave. Then, Erica suddenly spoke. The words came so far out of the blue that Dlanor doubted her ears, and she had to ask Erica to say it again.
What did you just say?
I love you.
It really was out of the blue. Dlanor wanted to ascertain what Erica really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face was out of sight.
Thank you very much.
I was going out with another girl before, but I've completely broken up with her. Others are going to be jealous of us and say things that aren't true, but don't pay them any attention. I'm going to devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me. Let's find happiness together.
Dlanor avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erica kept on speaking in that dull and emotionless tone, repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur.
A new wallet.
Of course, she had no idea what Erica was saying. However, with her back still to Dlanor, Erica kept on saying disconnected words. Oh, that is a good note from Dark Everyheart here. Yeah, Erica is saying ore for all of these sentences when she's referring to herself, which is a very particularly masculine pronoun.
A strange cat keychain, a different style of cologne, a music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from an acting colleague. The colleague asked him to come and he couldn't turn him down. Work suddenly called him in. His buddy called him up and he couldn't get off the phone. He made too much curry. He started going to theater practice more often. He started folding paper towels differently. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more than before about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. Me and my acting friends had a party here. Someone just left it behind. The drain and the sink were cleaned out. There were receipts and point cards from places he didn't usually go to. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on Monday when it was raining. It matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. Leading questions. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found plenty of evidence that I loved you. I found plenty of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, but what I want to do well in theater just as much. You said that you liked seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously tired of this, all right? Look, if all we do is fight when we see each other, maybe we both need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. One of my colleagues, she suddenly told us that she won't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. You know what? If you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Don't bother coming over again. Just go home. I don't love you anymore. Stop crying. God, you're obnoxious. Go kill yourself, you creep. Stop shouting, damn it. I've got neighbors. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Without love, it cannot be seen. That's backwards. Because of love, you end up seeing things that don't even exist. It's nothing more than an illusion. One that no one except you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to see that fiction, because we can see it. We doubt. We suffer. We cry out loud. Right now, I am happy. Though it may be temporary, I have become the Witch of Truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man wasn't fit to be my opponent. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Dlanor was suddenly thrust into the position of Erica's opponent in the Witch's game she had once challenged that man with. Habaki came in with the $2. Unfortunate. Person you hate makes a decent point. Yeah. Dlanor shared in the fragments of Erica's past, allowing her to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads.
The situation was one-sided. Erica's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all of those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Dlanor thawed in silence, and announced her by-the-book response.
First move. I request that you submit evidence that I have been cheating. Counter with the blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced.
When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So by the standard rules, Erica would win.
First point to me. Your next move? I will attempt to switch offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erica, provide proof that you are not cheating. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move, since it would result in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then I frankly declare that despite a lack of proof, I still love you even now. Not red truth and therefore invalid. Even if it was red, that'd be a stalemate. After all, I'd have no move to counter with.
Dlanor remained silent for a while. She responded quietly to Erica's moves. As Erica drew closer and closer to checkmate, a stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it is a splendid final move that the weaker player can pull off if they're unable to win outright. In this situation, Erica clearly had the advantage. It was natural that Dlanor, her opponent, would seek a stalemate to obtain a draw. However, that only worked in chess. In the game where witches fought over the truth, it was a forbidden move, so it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Dlanor had no way to turn the game around, but that meant that regardless of what the real truth had been, this game would.
Any other moves? Oh, witch-hunting archbishop, protector of the truth? No. I resign. See? There you go.
Erica had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, that her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to use. A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erica could win. A splendid victory. Dlanor could only respond with silence, and with that, Erica spoke no more. I want to intervene here, by the way, just for a second to tell you guys something very interesting to me about the manga. And I need to tell you up front, this does not have any actual plot significance. Don't try to, like, interpret it in a weird way because you're only going to hurt your own head. This is just a thing that was done purely as an artistic decision from what appears to be the mangaka just doing it for fun. But the mangaka in the manga version of this scene depicts Erica's ex-boyfriend as looking not identical, but extremely similar to Battler. And I find that really interesting considering how Erica treats Battler. She was probably done talking and wanted Dlanor to leave. Dlanor understood this, but even so, she wanted to tell Erica just one thing before leaving.
A splendid game, Lady Erica. It's only natural that the detective wins. Even before you became Lady Berncastell's piece, you truly were a splendid wielder of the blue truth. However, Lady Erica, humans are only allowed to use the blue truth, and the only thing that can counter blue truth is red truth, and humans are not allowed to use the red truth. In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth?
Who knows? Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times.
You certainly were the victor in that game. However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth.
What? I imagine it's something unpleasant, so say it and go away.
Yes, our game did end with your victory. However, you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence that I showed to claim that I still loved you. Even you are human. You are unable to use the red truth that would disprove those points.
Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth. By the power of my master. I am human, yet superior to humans. A detective and a witch. I am the Witch of Truth, Furudo Erika. Any other questions? Parting remarks?
I have none. In that case, please excuse me.
Glenor bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single Witch of Truth laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Erika glanced at the bedside clock and saw that it was almost exactly midnight.
Well, I suppose I should get a little sleep.
The curtain has finally risen on the second day, October 5th. I wonder if the first of this game's murders is happening somewhere about now. I hope our victims leave us some interesting dying messages this time. Why didn't you discuss this with your mother? This is about a partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life.
That's right. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with.
And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right?
Attorney with the $10, I didn't think it was possible to love Umineko more, but listening to you voice act the entire thing is wonderful. Thank you for doing this. It looks like we never needed Umineko Gold after all. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
How can you be so rash?
Ava and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Ava's anger had exploded almost immediately. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm.
Don't tell me you've consummated your relationship already. She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she?
How rude. I'm a strong believer that chastity is to be preserved before marriage.
Then why an engagement?
I asked her. She accepted. What more could be needed?
No, it's all wrong! Marriage isn't as easy as it looks in manga or whatever you're thinking of. What about her parents? Relationships between the two families? You're not some strange, stray alley cat. You're Ushiramiya George. How could you be so rash now, when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Why didn't you consult me?
I'm consulting you right now. No, not consulting, I suppose. I'm just informing you. I've never pinned my hopes on being selected as grandfather's successor. In fact, I'd rather refuse if it did come to that. I want to build up my own country and castle from scratch, just like father did.
Look! Do you realize how hard your father worked to get where he is? That's not something you could duplicate just by imitating him. Do you have any idea how often he was saved by luck and coincidence?
And he got through it because he had you, his wonderful life partner, by his side. Sayo is the kind of person who will support me and transform me into an even stronger man. You've praised me for becoming the adult that I am, but that could never have happened without her.
Huh? Listen, George. Just let your mother handle this for now. Cool your head and think very carefully. Shannon-chan isn't the only person interested in you, you know? The girl you had that marriage meeting with, Ayumi-san, really took a liking to you.
That's the first I've heard of it.
I thought you knew. Her parents were also very impressed by you. If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumi-san is the one who'd really be able to help you, right? Do you intend on betraying her feelings?
There's nothing to betray. There was never any special relationship between Ayumi-san and me. We just had a marriage meeting, and our parents got all fired up afterwards. You made us go out together several times, but we never even looked each other in the eye.
Ayumi-san is a well-bred, modest woman. She just couldn't look at you because you're a man, and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered. If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at you and when she talks, I'd advise her of that. I'll advise her of that. I'm sure she'll look at you from now on.
You want me to marry Ayumi-san because it will benefit you. You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself.
George!
How can you say that? Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you? I haven't, have I? How is that parent kanji written? It's stand on top of a tree and look. That's what that's what we've been doing. Surveying your entire future from a height far greater than you have access to. And from our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. That's why I'm saying that even what I am, even though I know you'll hate me for it. If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight. I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. You hear me, George? Leave this to your mother. There's no need for you to meet with Shannon-chan anymore. We'll take care of everything for you. Don't worry, we won't have Shannon-chan mistreated. After all, it's thanks to her that you've grown so much, right? We'll take that into account. So leave the rest to us. George.
Sometime during Ava's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. George was, after all, only a child of man. Though he understood that marriage required nothing more than the consent of both people, he couldn't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so, he was torn between the tears of the mother who had always helped him, and the fiancé he had chosen. Or was he?
I think it's time. It's time now.
Huh?
All my life, you've done a great job of raising me, and I am truly grateful for that. When I have children and become a parent, I'll become a parent like you. I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world, one who can truly fight for his children's sake.
George.
With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then, he slowly turned around. It was without a doubt the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he stood there now as his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that the blood connection between them might even be forgotten.
I think it's about time now.
For what?
For you to let go of your son, Mother. Let's talk the rest of this out as people, not as mother and son. I am George. You are Ava. Let's drop the because I'm your parent routine and speak for ourselves and say what we really mean. The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances, and so that you can posture in that still continuing quarrel between you and your siblings. You have no other reason. You do well to just come clean and admit it now. I'm going to start speaking on my own behalf. I suggest you do the same. You'll lose, I'm warning you.
George's eyes no longer contained any trace of his love and respect for his mother. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future.
George, why are you looking at your mother like that?
Because I'm not looking at my mother right now. All I see is a wall, a trial standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp. You're your own person too. I know that you have dreams and ambitions, and that you're still chasing after those. And I think that's a wonderful thing. We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. I need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown. And that final, finished product, after everything I learned and acquired, is the real Ushiromiya George. Now I'll overcome the final barrier. You! What?
Ava had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be?
right then. Sometimes it's good to be brutally honest. I'll speak my mind. So why don't you just lay it out there forever?
In the rain-filled sky, with the moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the Golden Witch of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ushiramiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness, because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. Now, I can confidently show her my true self.
Here we go, Mother. Here we go. Ava, this is my first step towards escaping from your shackles.
First step?
With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that this sticky sensation, which didn't feel quite like mud, represented his mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step.
I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story, Journey to the West?
That takes me back. That's probably the first fantasy I really loved.
Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by the Buddha. The Buddha told him, "If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will grant you your wish." Then, Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were the Buddha's fingers and that he still hadn't left the Buddha's hand.
Are you saying that that's what my first step is like?
Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish and self-restraint and everything else. All of it is a road I once traveled down. The first step of yours would be overwhelmed by my life. How long are you gonna turn a blind eye to it? Why not look at what you're standing on?
On the pitch-black earth soaked by the pounding rain, there was what appeared to be ominously glowing bands of faint red, and George had placed his first step directly on top of one. It was deep and viscous, and it held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective, as she looked down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center.
That's right. This is me. This is me, tied down by a life of constant instruction, and raised solely for the sake of your ambitions.
No, you're wrong about that. Let me make it so that you can understand. I'll show you. And then you'll realize the truth forever!
The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot. Then it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Ava's insane laugh was as innocent as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes, and cruel in equal measure.
Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays?
Of course I remember. That was piano lessons. I still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on the cat.
You did violin in kindergarten. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? But you didn't seem to have the talent, so we switched you over to piano. Then do you remember Wednesdays?
I remember. That was the day for cram school. It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to.
And Thursdays? Supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects with memorization, weren't you? You couldn't apply your knowledge, but were horrible at learning by rote. By rote, a classic he can do it if he tries, kid.
That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
That's a British proverb, isn't it?
Making you motivated and keeping you that way was the hardest thing to do!
George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spiderweb, reduced to the witch's plaything. She would innocently swing him around, then smash him about, all with an insane laugh. Again and again.
Do you remember Friday?
Of course. As far as after-school lessons go, that one was pretty unique. Having a parent present while I studied was a trying experience in multiple ways.
Don't buy your child a fishing rod. Go fishing with him.
You do like a British education, don't you, Mother?
Those lessons were a pain for us parents, too. But for you, that was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high, but it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week. But it was the most effective. That's when I realized. Kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, the parents are the sun. No plants will bud and no flowers will bloom without the sun.
Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time.
Then what about Saturday? What about Saturday?
That's when the tutor came.
He came to our house, which made it much easier, right?
It's painful to have to invite some other person into my own room, my sacred space, every single week. I hated the sweaty smell he left behind so much that I can still remember it.
He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with the lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it.
And then came Sunday, followed by Monday when I didn't have any extra school. The only 2 days when I could have some rest. How ironic. So it was those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday that were holding me down all this time. I really was like Sun Wukong.
Yeah, if you think you can escape from the palm of my hand, you can have that arrogance crushed by the Buddha's 5 mountains.
Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies.
Just like Sun Wukong, you need some reflection and punishment for your arrogance. If you show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you.
That's not being released, it's brainwashing.
There's no need to think about anything. Why not just leave everything to Mama forever? I'll decide everything for you. That's the best kind of life for you. I'll arrange the most intellectual and selfless woman in the world for you. I'll prepare your every success and even pave the way there. And eventually you will be chosen for the highest honor in the Ushiromiya family, the position of successor to the head. That's when you can think about beginning life for yourself. A first step? Don't make me laugh. You still haven't even been born yet. This isn't my web that you're caught in. You're inside my caring, nurturing womb.
George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was a heartless cruelty unlike anything one would expect from a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh ensnared in the red net was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air, where it was caught by a massive spiderweb suspended in the sky. No, yeah, to be clear, let's solidify. Digimaniac is right. This isn't Ava actually hitting George. This is if you want to view it through the sort of magic abstraction of it, this is an anime fight depicting what is basically just a conversation. George hung there pitifully as though crucified, still covered in fresh blood and not even twitching. Even if there had been some power to resist remaining to him, the red web holding him there would have even held that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied him.
cool your head while you're sealed by the Five Mountains. I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon-chan is a bad kid, okay? She's a great girl, the one who gave you the chance you needed to grow up. But an ill-considered engagement is a whole different matter. It isn't because there's a problem with her. Understand that.
Don't criticize the friend. Criticize the behavior. Right? That's another piece of British advice.
I really did raise you to be a smart kid. No, I am still raising you. Inside my belly, that is. You just need to be nurtured a little longer. Okay, that's enough punishment, so apologize to your mother.
The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
Thank you, Mother.
It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head.
Everything you've done so far, you've done for me, haven't you? Thank you. Thanks for everything.
That's right. You must hate me right now, but one day you'll be grateful. I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved you.
All those restrictive extra classes from Tuesday to Saturday were your sincere efforts to raise me to be a great man.
That's another British phrase. To wrap a child in blessings is the greatest education of all.
Thank you. I'll give you a British saying in return.
What's that?
Take one chop at every tree, and none of them will fall.
And what does that mean?
Maybe this one is clearer. To spend too much time in studies is sloth. Francis Bacon.
The man, drenched in mud and fresh blood, straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it, something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had been merely dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid.
I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Sayo. She taught me courage and chivalry, how to be ambitious and witty and humorous, and just a little stylish. It's ironic. Almost all of the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all.
George, you're still going on about. Time to get back in Mother's womb. I'll nurture you in a sea of warmth once more.
As Ava howled, another bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, that instant, a powerful magical circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. And with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart.
What?
That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web.
Everything I owe you for what you've done, I've paid back now with pain. Now I can finally leave the nest for good. It really is necessary, isn't it? To have the occasional argument with one's parents.
George, why would you disobey me so completely? For that stupid girl!
It looks like it really is you who needs to let go, Mother. So, if you're ready?
Ready for what?
If you're ready, may I fight back?
The curtain of spiderwebs that Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weaved through them in that instant, and the next he was right before her eyes. Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own.
I guess there is one extracurricular activity I can thank you for.
Oh, and what day of the week was that?
It's all the martial arts classes you made me attend whenever I had a long break from school.
I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing. Your mother is happy.
Ava's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, low, mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth.
You should have learned Muay Thai, too. It would have been more fun to have learned it with you.
You're right. I had the most fun when I was learning martial arts with you.
Then now is the most fun. Isn't this fun, George? Isn't it?
Do you find it fun, Mother? To play with your son like this?
Yes, I do. You are my darling son, and I'll give you lots and lots of love inside my belly. I even love the way you kick inside me.
Got it. But this kick's coming from outside your belly.
George buried his knee sharply into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Ava watched her son's kick with a proud smile, and then she vomited.
You're getting on in years, Mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that.
George!
Her chin still covered in vomit, Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by the reflection in his glasses.
Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, Mother.
The violent lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. Bailey with the $2. Yo, this round of Golden Fantasia is intense. You could recreate this fight in Golden Fantasia. The roster allows for it. However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but the heart inside it had been struck through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain.
I know you're somewhere over there. Gap.
As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then, a pitch-black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out. Impressive. Even considering that it was before her ascension, you managed to defeat Ava Beatrice.
I thought you were there. Thanks for not interfering. I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son.
Don't thank me. I wasn't here. You summoned me just now.
It doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask of you.
Do I have some duty to listen?
Will you not do this for me?
With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who ruled over demons. His Majesty made Gap gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like studs, but I like monarchs even more. Your wish is my command, your demonic majesty.
I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Yoshiromiya family, and who lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position.
So, in Kinzo's study?
No. The VIP room would be good. That never-opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion.
Ah, that room. As you wish, your majesty. Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowed both Gap and the corpse, and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava always carried, which was marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the head of the Yoshiromiya family, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff, and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently in the air, and after passing by the blue moon which honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. The instant he grasped it, Another fierce bolt of lightning struck nearby, and by the time the flash faded, the staff he was holding had become a spray of gold butterflies and disappeared. It was as though George had held the staff up to the heavens and crushed it out of existence.
And now, I've finished my part. I'll let someone else have a turn.
I can't believe you killed your own mother.
It's the person who loves you first in the world, and the last one you have to separate yourself from. That's what it means to leave your home. This is the courage I'm capable of showing to take Sayo as my wife.
George-sama.
Bravo, Ashiramiya George. An excellent start.
Even though it was just within the game, even though she was just a piece, I didn't like having to kill my mother. However, that was the trial you set me, so I saw it through.
He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar, exaggerated gestures.
Wonderful. Wasn't that splendid, ZEPAR?
Indeed it was, FURFUR. George-kun's determination is the real deal. It seems I've misjudged you. Please accept my apologies.
George chose not to go along with the almost theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. This was the trial that ZEPAR and FURFUR had set them. For the love of each other, take the life of another. It was similar to the game within Beato's fourth game, where they were each given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers would never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with just the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that the demons hadn't ordered them to take the lives of everyone other than themselves. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide. But for the ones who sat around the game board in the witch's tea room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces, representing George's will to overcome his parents. Alright, back gaming with the $5. Take Sayo as my wife, makes me cringe no matter who is saying it. Sorry, Marcy, it's not your fault, it's George's. I know! It gets me bleh, too. But, you know, like, we all are smart enough to know that that shit's weird. I'm just delivering it as it is written because, you know, I'm trying not to take away from the writing even if I don't like every part of it, you know what I mean? However, even if it was just a single life within one of an infinite number of fragment worlds, the fact remained that the demons had forced him to take it. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events on the demon's board, but Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life, even if it was only their life as a game piece.
Are you getting cold feet?
No. The Beatrice that Battler-san desires would not be shaken by the likes of this.
Well then, who will take the next trial?
It can be anyone. Please choose the next victim.
It can be anyone. Let the next challenger step forward.
If no one will step forward, that means I win, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right. Then congratulations are in order, Shiramiya George.
The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish.
We bestow it upon you now.
Wait!
As the demons delightedly named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger.
Jessica-san, I'll go next. Fine, I'm game. I'll show you that my feelings for Kanon-kun aren't just a silly childish crush.
Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We are getting to quite possibly one of the most interesting fights in Umineko, in my opinion. Which is why I need to take
2 seconds to BRB so I can grab some ibuprofen because my head is hurting a little bit. But yeah, I'm not even gonna go to the standby screen. I'll be back in like just 2 seconds. But yeah, oh boy, we're in for it. We're in for it, guys. Okay, I'm back. Bazinga Girl moment, what do you mean by the fact that Ryukishi forgot Rosa's age in episode 3? I don't remember him forgetting Rosa's age, question mark? Because, like, Rosa is quite a bit younger than her other siblings. We do know this. Ava was in her, like, 20s when Rosa was a kid. Yeah. True. So I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. Oh, they mentioned looking for butterflies together and pinning them when they were both children. I don't think she said they were both children, though. Just that they did it when Rosa was younger. I always interpreted that as, like, a big sister, you know, like, doing activities with Rosa when she was a kid. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to it. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The 4 siblings could say whatever they wanted, but Natsuhi and Kyrie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring as you sit there quietly. Even Kyrie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second-floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she had felt like doing the same, and had drifted up to the stairs to reach this place. Her expression was less tightly controlled than it was when her husband was around. Kyrie wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won. Who is it?
She suddenly sensed another person, turned around, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway. Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan. Didn't you go to the guest house?
Well, I just decided to head back to my own room for a bit to get a book.
I see. And now you're on your way back to the guest house?
Yes, that's right.
What horrible rain. Is the wind really strong?
It's weak right now, relatively speaking.
As Kyrie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated.
Auntie Kyrie, I'm sorry. You just had bad luck.
Ah, ZEPAR. Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kyrie.
What will you do, Jessica? The roulette has chosen Kyrie, but you may reject that choice and spin the roulette again if you wish.
It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial.
Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That roulette was nothing very grandiose. She had simply walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself, saying that the first person she met would be chosen as the sacrifice. And so, the roulette of fate had brought to her Kyrie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep that rule. However, it was the rule that she had decided upon, and she didn't want to break it now. Now that she was participating in the demon's game, this was the one bit of justice that she could cling to. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back. But Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. What is it? Do you have something to say to me? Noticing Jessica's strange silence, Kyrie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had cost her her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Canon. However, would it really be alright to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? Not wanting to let George, who had already come to terms with the situation, get any more of a lead on her, she had energetically consented to this demon's game, but her heart still wasn't ready.
Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Auntie Kyrie.
What is it? It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica-chan. I hope I'm capable of answering it for you.
Actually, I have someone I like.
Oh, really? That's wonderful. Then it's love you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, I'll help out if I can.
Thank you very much. Actually,
Is it still one-sided?
no. I guess you could say that it's just become mutual. But, well, there's this trial for us to be joined together.
A trial? What are you talking about?
There's the two of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other.
A love triangle? Or a love rectangle? Sounds complicated. And?
Only the pair who wins can be together. It's something complicated like that. So it's like,
Sounds nasty. Love that can only succeed at another couple's expense.
yes. If we join up, then they'll fall apart. And the same way the other way around.
I think I can see where you're going with this. Something like this, right? To what extent is a person allowed to climb over others in their own pursuit of happiness, right? It was once again apparent just how smart Kyrie was. She immediately figured out the question that Jessica wanted to ask the most. If you don't fight, it automatically means that they win and you lose. However, if you do fight and win, you cause the other pair to break apart. It's nasty either way, but the answer is obvious.
Yes.
Kyrie giggled. If she wasn't willing to commit to her love, then that would show the measure of their relationship. If that was the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was a love she couldn't abandon, she couldn't abandon the victory either. So, she had no option but to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt. over forcing the others to split apart as the result of her inevitable decision. I guess I'm just being soft after all.
Yep, that you are.
But stepping over someone else for the sake of my own love, it feels horrible.
In that case, what about the one you love? Will you give up on them? I can tell you one thing for certain. Doing that would feel even worse. You'll be forced to crawl through hell for the rest of your life.
A hardness had entered Kyrie's gaze. I was just 6, so I didn't understand much about it at the time. But I found Mom's notebook among her belongings after she died.
Was it a diary?
It was more of a collection of her thoughts. It was much less organized than a diary would have been. I found it and read it right after she passed away, but I needed to wait a long time until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it.
I see. So, did it speak of Kyrie's worries about her marriage?
It was practically a book of curses. It cleared up several things that 6-year-old me had always vaguely sensed. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I did think it odd that Oni-chan lived separately when he was meant to be a part of our family, and I did wonder why he only came home every once in a while, I accepted it as the way things were.
Did you not know about Asuma?
I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but there was no way an elementary schooler like me could understand. After all, I never even saw a picture of her. Mom had sent all of the pictures with Asumu-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. In front of Anjay, and even in front of Battler, who only rarely came home, Kyrie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Anjay would probably never have known them. Rudolph had been particularly popular with the opposite sex since his school days, a typical playboy, audacious, over the top, and yet not lacking a little gentleness towards women. He had probably built up a formula for getting women to like him. Plenty of women approached him, using various seductive tricks to try to win his favor. Rudolph probably enjoyed that more than anyone. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial-and-error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women and revel in the harem, lapping up their flirting. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those Todian girls. Mom, who had her own set of values and was extremely intelligent, must have stood out.
Though even that might have been due to the skillful way Kyrie tried to catch Rudolph's gaze.
Yeah, maybe. Mom was smart in many ways. Like the other Shiramiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of who dares wins, and it's not a crime if you don't get caught, he would set up businesses that were borderline swindles or bending the law, then bail out of them and repeat the process over and over. Apparently, he was already making use of that talent in his college years, cleverly making money by thinking up shameless projects and selling cheap tickets to parties for them. So much money that he could brag about how his wallet was always stuffed with 110,000 yen notes. Many women fell for his charisma in being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kyrie was not one of them. However, what made Kyrie very different from other women was that she could also support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would laugh all the way to the bank, and his large-scale parties succeeded. His female entourage would surround him, and Kyrie would be the only one among them able to calmly point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and even lay out a proposal for the next project.
In that manner, Rudolph must have slowly begun to accept her as his partner.
Just like some people say men don't belong in the kitchen, there's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs. It's normal for women to be treated by men. The details of how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask, don't know, don't even care.
So you're saying that Kyrie viewed money from a man's perspective?
In that regard, Rudolph noticed something unique about Kyrie. He knew all about how much hard work it took just to make one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside him, he looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Among all of them, only Kyrie possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time Rudolph thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kyrie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kyrie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers. But Mom was still a woman. I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all the other girls. So, she would rather have been his only one instead of his number one. Yeah. Though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows. It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love. When did Asumu-san come into the... Oh, wait, I don't know why I added the honorific. When did Asumu come into the picture? She was one of those who swarmed around Rudolph-san. No, not even that. She was just one of his fans. Did you ever talk with her? Of course. I knew her well. Ever since the very beginning, before Rudolph-san even knew her name. I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself.
They're not saying she killed them, guys.
And cunning.
Menlo with the $5. I guess a runaway Yakuza has to learn the answer to what extent is it okay to climb over others in pursuit of your own happiness. Pretty young. Yeah, she might have learned the wrong lesson from it.
I tried to use my intelligence to stick out, but she took the exact opposite approach. By her stupidity? I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct. Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him, only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of.
Even now, Kyrie recognized the mistake she had made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kyrie had thought that by taking the role of his business partner, she had succeeded in making him entirely hers. She might have been a little conceited, and her arrogance in trying to eliminate the relationships the other girls had with Rudolph might also have contributed. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him, regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu.
I am ruthless and intellectual, rational and economical. In a plank of
Carneades? Is it Carneades?
Situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation. I thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him.
However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, outside of business, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kyrie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Asumu filled that role completely. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning. Yes, I did get the position of his business partner, but before I knew it, Rudolph-san had grown a need for a mental partner, someone who could heal his heart. Foolishly enough, despite claiming to be the intellectual one, I never noticed. And then, Uncle Rudolph married Aunt Asumu? Yes, that's right. She stole him away from me. He had slept with a lot of women. By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept with her. After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him. That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention. Apparently as Carneades? Okay, interesting.
Conceit. A woman's downfall. Before long, they were both pregnant. Asumu-san told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the opposite. She must have been afraid that pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner. Apparently, Mom wasn't eating much at the time and was often out of sorts. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant. When did she notice? It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into Dad's family register. Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Asumu-san and Dad apart, but even though Asumu-san always appeared to be so absent-minded, once she got her hands on Rudolph-san, she wouldn't let go. What do you want? Please stay out of our way, she'd say. And this coming from that sissy little girl who'd curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus. At that point, I realized she had been the truly cunning one. Yes, even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolfsson's sympathy. My apologies. I must be boring you. Oh, no. At the very least, I wanted him to register himself as the father of my child, and it does seem as though Rudolfsson was prepared to do that. He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me, and even though Asumu-san was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to see me, even though she was already his wife. What an awful man, really. June... I mean... Kyrie seems to think that it was a lie. We don't know that it definitely was, though. That's just her perspective. After that is the tale I can't even bear to tell. Both Asumu and I had the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy led to marriage, while mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well, so that Rudolfsson would still be proud to call himself its father. Asumu-san had won her battle against me. However, I hadn't yet lost the war. If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu-san's, if I could make my child the one that Rudolfsson most respected, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed. However, Kyrie's child was stillborn. Yeah, Asumu-san gave birth to Oni-chan, but Mom didn't give birth to anyone. Even Mom's final hope of being left as Esada's dad's second wife was destroyed. Kyrie had fallen from his partner to his second wife, and then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asumu and her child, Battler. But despite that, Mom was able to act in a very friendly way towards Oni-chan. It was definitely a shock for me to discover that my kind and gentle mother had held such negative emotions towards Oni-chan and managed to hide them. She must have despised Battler. I don't doubt it. If Asumu-san's child had been stillborn and Mom had been the one to give birth to Oni-chan, history might have changed in some way. It seems as though she thought if that had happened, she might have been able to make things play out in a way that Dad would divorce Asumu-san and marry her instead. Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts? Yeah, it truly was a collection of random thoughts, fantasies. Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bedsheets. There's just one thing I regret.
You mean the pregnancy?
No. It's my arrogance that I regret. Rudolfsson is already mine, so I'm completely safe. I'll never lose to that Asumu girl. While she was screaming and shrieking on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the travel arrangements and expenditures. And so I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolfsson trusted the most. They say love needs to be nurtured, right?
Yeah.
That's not wrong. You both need to water that tree, care for it, and nurture it. And at the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love. Did you know? It isn't over when it bears fruit. You have to harvest that love, or it will never be realized.
Harvest?
You need to think about that yourself, Jessica-chan. If you make the tree bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten, and bugs will often gather around it. In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. Young kids like you, Jessica-chan, think that love ends with nurturing. That's naive. If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded for your love.
Harvest love.
At a glance, it may seem to be a matter for just for the pair of lovers, but that isn't true. Putting off the harvest because you assume you can do it at any time just gives the thieves a chance. What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning? You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of putting it off. That regret really hurts. It'll make you crawl through hell. I was lucky. My hell ended after 18 years. So I'll never misjudge myself again. That man is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him get out of my sight. And I'm grateful to my masters for giving me that chance. My absolute certain willpower in not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even nod her head in understanding. This true form of love that Kyrie was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined. No, I will do anything to keep Rudolph-san by my side, and I will show no mercy to his enemies. If he wished it, I might not even hesitate to commit murder, because I finally gained that determination on the 18th year. That absolute willpower brought about a miracle for me. You know, miracles only come to those who can make them come true themselves. Asumu's death was no murder. However, Kyrie had often cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And then, she actually got herself a knife with which to do the deed. That was when the miracle occurred. Aunt Asumu passing away was a miracle? Not really. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? After all, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. In other words, she was fated to die no matter what. The miracle was that even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. Until now, Kyrie had never shown Jessica, no, she had never even shown Rudolph, that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure, and stunned, silent, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. This was the level of willpower Kyrie showed in her support of Rudolph as his wife. And it was the same for George. He had already had the willpower to confront everything in the way of his love that transcended status, and he had proven that. Now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part at the demon's trial. Then, what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Canon bear fruit, and to go through with the task of harvesting it? I'm sorry. I only meant to give a little advice, but perhaps I scared you a little too much. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kyrie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan, but if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. Every woman should have one time in her life when she would kill for the sake of love. I can tell you that all the women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all, women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18. That hell is still filled with women who will never get out until they die, unless they execute themselves in their regret. Wow. I have no words. I was trying to spur you on, but here I've gone and frightened you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly, but when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Regrets in love will never fade. That was all that Kyrie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kyrie to tell her life story instead of just saying something like that directly. In fact, her past was a topic she usually avoided. However, Kyrie might have felt as though Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told her everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Well, I'd better head back. Let's keep what we've talked about a secret, okay? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica-chan. Your love sounds like a handful, but don't let yourself be beaten. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. What is it, Jessica-chan? What? A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. It had missed by a hair. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably have been buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first strike had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't try to sucker punch you because I'm a dirty coward. I hoped to end it with a single painless strike before you realized what was happening. Didn't I tell you that I've lived through the hell of jealousy? I've come close to getting stabbed in the back a couple of times before. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That plus the lie you told in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from your room after picking up a book and were on your way back to the guest house, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Chessboard theory led me to 7 possible reasons you might have had for lying, and this was the worst-case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kyrie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected that from you, Aunt Kyrie. Why me? You were planning to kill me from the beginning. It didn't matter who it was. Just my luck. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kyrie dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Ordinarily, being made to punch the wall should have caused Jessica to hurt her own hand, and roll around, clutching it in pain. Who is it that just... Astra, is it Canon's eyes? No, this is actually a stylistic callback to the hollowed out eyes from Higurashi that are used in creepy Higurashi scenes. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Instead of a look of anguish after smashing her fist against the wall, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you are your father's daughter. Have you taken up boxing too? Impossible. Jessica's bare-handed. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. Please don't resist, Auntie. Just one strike to the head. I promise that you won't feel a thing. Kyrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal, destructive force. If that punch had hit, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I come. If Kyrie's kick off the ground and leap backward had been an instant slower, her gut would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible tornado-like gust of wind which blew Kyrie back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand! This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me, but just like you, I can't back down. I can't let my love finish half-hearted. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The air around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists. And it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. She looked just like a Western demon standing amidst the flames of hell.
Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. Armor-piercing upgrade.
Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were even giving off smoke, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons.
Goodbye! This is just a nightmare!
Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now that was her best option. She was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare, and by now this came as no surprise.
Ronove.
When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier blocked off the corridor. Kyrie slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off.
Stop this madness! This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Let me wake up, quickly!
Yeah, this is a nightmare. I'll wake you up right now if that's what you want. Just one strike. Don't move.
Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her, enshrouded in flames. Each time her feet lifted off the floor, boiling steam hung around her footprints. This was a true nightmare. Kyrie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again.
It's a nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please tell me it is!
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It is, right? It's a nightmare, right?
I'll recognize that. This is a nightmare.
I do too! I recognize that this is a nightmare, so please!
I'll wake you up.
With a single punch!
Jessica's neck twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes rolled back into her head, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. A demon stake was buried at an angle in her forehead. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood.
Leviathan the Envious, right here.
If this is inside a nightmare anyway, why not have the friend that shows up in my nightmares? My friend from the Hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own palm against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to imagine that she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Kyrie didn't escape now, there would never have be another chance.
Can you defeat her? Impossible. She has a contract with one of the great demons. She's immortal.
That is because of love. That is why she is immortal.
Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessings cannot be killed.
Can we break that red magic wall?
Ronove-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do.
Can we escape out of a window?
The windows are no good either. They were blocked by Ronove-sama's barrier a while ago.
Incredible. Does this mean she sold her soul to demons for the sake of love?
How could she make so many contracts with great demons? I'm so jealous!
Armor upgrade. All attribute of defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade.
In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would ensure Leviathan's attacks would never work again.
What is she talking about? Self-augmentation.
It's a kind of enchantment. Right now she has enough defensive power to prevent me from piercing her.
and she even has the power to reflect the damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster.
Oh, so that's all. Then not much has changed.
How can you say that?
Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning.
That hurt. But it won't work again.
Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was blocked by barriers in both directions, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out.
Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked. But it's just a normal room. It does have windows, but they've already been sealed. In other words, that's a locked room and a coffin for us.
A coffin is just what I need. Unlock it.
I'm jealous. Where are you the only one who can unlock it?
Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like.
Even if you lock it, she can just smash through it with one punch. You've just put the lid on your own coffin.
However, if she wants to send us a killing blow here inside this coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kyrie's words.
What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you?
This room may be a locked room. It may leave us with no methods of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a locked room is.
What are you talking about? How does this tiny room, with its tiny door, make you think you've gotten away from me?
With a confused expression on her face, Jessica looked wearily between her own burning fists and the door. Then slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow.
I'll smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try.
Kyrie!
Responding calmly through the door, which was the only thing separating her from Jessica, Kyrie placed a single index finger on it as if to hold it shut. Jessica slowly raised the fire-wreathed demonic fist.
So long, Auntie Kyrie.
Kyrie! Huh?
Oh! Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was the same kind of slow motion often seen as a special effect at the climax of a movie. However, this was no special effect. Jessica's fist really was, slowing down as though it was being sucked in like a spoon sinking into a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock.
I'm envious of you.
Envy.
I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivete in love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning, succeed in love and walk a beautiful life, right? I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fists against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door.
Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade.
It's useless, darling.
Break!
With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago? 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. With Shannon's shift on about 3 days of the week, divided by 7 times 3, and it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, so only 1/24th of each day. So 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312, rounded down. The number of hours that Kyrie had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this was a scant 0.2% of the time that Kyrie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers an hour, the speed of sound, becomes only 2.45 kilometers an hour in the 1 out of 500 world. Jesus Christ. Understand, you're lacking in both love and envy. Even Jessica's sonic fists were no faster than a walking child in Kyrie's world. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kyrie was holding it shut with a single finger.
Way to go, Kyrie!
See? This room is a locked room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on us inside.
Ah, Beatrice's definition of a locked room.
What the hell?
Then this locked room will be somewhat troublesome. It's impossible for a human to carry out a locked room murder. Only magic can do that. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to break through it.
You can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned, and they'll start searching the mansion. And then, you'll be observed. Witches and magic alike disappear when they're observed. The nightmare is already over, darling.
Damn it!
Oh? I can't believe Jessica is going to drop out all of a sudden.
Oh, please give it your all. Do it for your beloved Canon.
Come, Jessica! Believe in love and let us see a miracle!
Let me make a correction. There isn't even a need to wait for any time to pass. After all, there's an extension telephone right here. Of course, the internal phone line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up the receiver. This is my checkmate. Construction completed. Locked room murder.
Aha. Yes, that is valid.
Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red, and then white hot. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder reached inside the locked room. Through the cracks in the study door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Curious smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly hurt as Kyrie danced a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees, and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door.
If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy, for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, it's nothing to be praised, and it's no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all, Auntie Kyrie.
A splendid, locked room murder.
Could you take care of the mess? I'd hate for the body to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you could clean it up?
As you wish, milady.
That is like one of the coldest fucking Jessica lines. Probably one of the coldest fucking lines in this whole novel, dude.
Renove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse and this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath she had been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she had done. Even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love.
Is that what you wanted, demons? Yes! Well done, Jessica! Your love is the real deal!
George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at them and she stopped.
It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look so sad about it.
I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally?
Milady.
Canon-kun, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown how strong my feelings are. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I?
Milady.
As Jessica started to sob, Canon held her quietly, and he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him.
You didn't make any mistake. And it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing.
Not everyone can match up to George-sama's level. But in any event, you have completed your trial, milady. Well done. I admire the strength of your determination.
Very true. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. The locked room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself.
Jessica had used magic to kill Kyrie, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a locked room murder. Had it acknowledged by the demons and raised it to the level of magic.
The trials for the two of you have been completed.
So then, who will take the next challenge?
Will it be Beatrice-sama?
No, it might be Shannon.
No, this has to be Canon's time to shine.
Come, speak up! Who is next? Who will take the next trial?
What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even excess shyness can kill love.
Come, who will be next?
To carry out a murder of love.
The three who remained looked at each other. If the other two are going to spend a few more moments hesitating to raise their hands, I will raise my own instead. All three thought this at the same time. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. It seemed that the relatives all wanted to be alone now that they had dispersed for a short break. Since everyone had avoided the parlor, the obvious place for people to gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone stone cold. Comforting silence. Just a person. I always tend to stream for at least around 5 hours. And we're at 3 hours and 45 minutes right now. So probably going to go for at least another hour 15 or so. But we might end up going a little bit further depending on how long it takes me to get to a specific line around that period of time. Because I do have a specific point that I want to stop at. Now that no one else was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her 3 siblings. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask her for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like an adjudicator or a judge. Adjudicator, rather. I don't know why I said it like that.
I have to make use of that, and turn the discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. This was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support his business. Now, I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off the debt, will he call me again? Well, you can forget it. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one turning you down. But still, you are Maria's father, you know. Please come and see her. If only just once. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who?
Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when had it happened? Canon could be seen standing there, even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all.
You scared me. Sorry. I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you. Need something?
No. The reason you're currently in pain is because of love, Rosa-sama. Am I wrong?
That's sudden. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Maria-sama's father asked you to be the co-signer on the loan, and you accepted.
What a troublesome kid. You were listening to Kraus Nissan from the hallway, weren't you?
True, earlier this day, in this very room, Kraus had seen through to the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she had been a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Canon know so much?
You're a very wise person, Rosa-sama. You wouldn't have become a co-signer without thinking carefully about the consequences.
I hadn't yet moved to his family register, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife.
And did that future ever come?
No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing, almost like a living hourglass measuring the length of the hell that Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt.
It's a cruel joke. I tried to forget that man several times. But you know, forgetting him doesn't just get rid of that debt.
It was only natural. And so, whether or not she forgot her love, she had to do all she could to pay that money back.
But you know, I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. If I have to pay off my debt anyway, how can I abandon my reward, the love I could gain as a result before it's over? Don't you think I could put off thinking about that until after I've paid it all back?
It may have been a trick of words that only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa vaguely realized that she might have been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain her love. But if she had already abandoned that love, then what? This debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. In fact, the very fact that she looked at it that way might have been her blindness due to love, as well as proof that she still hadn't cast off her infatuation with the past. Even now, she still suffered, and that suffering would continue, at least until she paid back the massive loan and let a good deal of time pass after that, until she could finally lay her feelings for him to rest.
Could this be that hell Kyrie-sama spoke of?
Probably.
Though I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's no doubt that my world has been a total hell.
And how can that be put to an end?
Who knows? If anyone did, the disease called love would never eat into anyone again.
That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
Well, since you bring up Kirie-san, her story is like an aspiration to me, or a dream.
Though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, lying in wait for a miracle.
Maria is still only 9 years old. I've only waited for the first half of Kirie-san's 18 years. If I gave up after just this, she would laugh at me.
Do you think that a miracle will occur in another 9 years?
Doubting that would be the end of me. In a sense, I'm a ghost. I'm already dead. I'm just living on without noticing.
A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come.
That's right. That day when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead. I guess that really was a regretful day in the end. I have dreams. I want to go overseas. I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you. That takes me back. At the time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge the other's radical dreams. I'd become a successful designer, announcing my new lines in Paris, getting jostled by the press. He loved to talk about that dream, and I loved listening to him. When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time. We both lifted the other up as though we were drifting about in the air. So when he said that he wanted to get out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams that might never be is a standard sort of pillow talk for lovers. But once they started to translate into actual action, from that point on, I should have been serious and practical. For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that day. No, I still do.
But you still regret it.
That's right. If on that day I had sobbed and pleaded for him to stay, I might not have fallen into hell. Did seeing him off with a smile really make me a winner? Of course not. I basically lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. I only glorified that loss. Saw him off with a smile as he went to take on the world overseas, and became intoxicated with the fantasy that I was some brave woman waiting patiently with her daughter for her man's return. Even though he never called me once after that, and the mail sent to the address he gave me came back forwarding address unknown. Where I am right now is hell. A hell where I'll regret until the day I die that I didn't fight when I was meant to. I've even dragged my daughter into hell with me. I wish someone would just kill me. I want to be told that I've already been killed, that I'm a ghost.
And love, if you do not fight, you fall into hell.
Yes, love is a fight.
Will you win and gain, or lose and die?
But please have no fear of death.
After all, it is a peaceful sleep.
What is truly terrifying
Is the hell that finds the unsleeping ghosts who could neither win nor die.
that hell has no end.
The battle of love is cruelest to those who could neither win nor die.
So in love, you've got to go for broke. Dying in battle is better than the alternative.
They say the most torturous toxin for humans is made from rotting love. The suffering it brings exceeds the torture of the most twisted hells. She said this as a warning to motivate her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how severe.
I understand.
After all,
When my desire to have Battler-san one day accepts me and wells up in my chest,
Accept me, rather.
I can feel the seed that resides there. It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud. But if I let it rot here in my chest, its poison will surely torment me forever.
and that, even for us 1,000-year-old witches, is the most terrifying torture in the world.
Behold what happens to those who make light of love. This hell of roses.
Is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud, and instead allow it to rot.
One cannot end that pain by their own hands.
Huh? Just now, was that a red light? My apologies. Huh?
Oh, Evie Curry, you might want to scroll back. We've been going for nearly 4 hours at this point.
What? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small red rose petal floating on the surface. Rose. I've heard that in your youth, you loved to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. In an instant, Canon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on Rosa's body. There were only the few drops of blood that dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she collapsed onto the sofa and lay there. That had been one of her most blissful habits during the most blissful time of her life. Sleep well, Rosa-sama. Your hell has ended. Canon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. It would have looked to anyone, just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when speaking of love as a battle and a trial. In fact, although cruel, this could even be said to be an honest reflection of reality, in the sense that it made no attempt to hide the fact that to lose in love is to die. Now my part is complete. Were you watching, demons?
Oh, no!
How could you kill Mama? How could you kill Mama?
One of the two great witches of Mariar's sorcière, Maria, though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa was the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness.
How could you do that to Mama? To Mama! To Mama! To Mama!
Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Canon had already disappeared in the span of a few short moments, and she released her barrage at what had become empty space. In the meantime, Canon jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back.
Huh?
I don't want to kill past my quota, but I will defend myself.
What are you?
What are you?
Diplomatic immunity! I won't let
Don't you target Maria or me!
Damn.
The red trailing sword that extended from Canon's hand dissipated in an instant. He managed to make it reappear, but when he tried to use it on Maria and Sakutaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakutaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks.
There you are. Since when have you been there? Would you? I won't let anyone bully Maria.
Damn it.
Maria finally noticed where Canon was, and she slowly turned around. Canon made his sword materialize yet again. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out, like a flashlight with a bad battery.
I won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing Mama away. I'll kill you! Just like Mama killed them, I'll kill you without mercy!
As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red, magic barriers. It was a locked room symbolizing a barrier that Canon could never escape.
Damn it! Not here!
Canon cursed his bad luck, even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial. If he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board. Just like Mama killed who? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Sakutaro and, Chester, 556. Yeah. Had to remember the name.
Maria, don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't overdo it. I'll be a little more gentle than Mama was. Who is it?
Pardon me, Maria-sama. In accordance with the contract with ZEPAR-sama and FURFUR-sama, I come for your life.
Shannon, don't get in my way! It's pointless, Shannon. No one can target Maria.
Yes, I don't intend to target her in any way. I will simply protect myself.
A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. Its brightness and thickness grew, and its radius quickly expanded, filling up the room. It wasn't targeting Maria. Shannon was wielding this power to protect herself, so Sakutaro's power didn't make it disappear.
Nissan, are you going to let this be the ruin of your feelings for Milady? Get a hold of yourself!
By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakutaro into the corner of the room. Ironically, it was the locked room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Canon from escaping that they were pressed against, and the two together had them completely trapped.
No, good. Can't escape. That's right, this is a locked room. This might just be perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Beato's magic.
Checkmate, Maria-sama. May I?
Yeah, go ahead. Crush me.
Then, goodbye.
The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own locked room barrier, Maria and Sakutaro lost their forms, scattered into a spray of gold, and disappeared.
Thank you. I couldn't afford to disappear here.
If you lost in a place like this, you'd never be able to let it go.
You're right. I could never let go if I lost in a place like this.
ZEPAR-sama, FURFUR-sama, we have both finished our trial. Is that satisfactory?
Well, that truly was splendid. A faultless performance for the both of you.
Then we shall finish with Beatrice's turn? Oh, where did she go?
To the victim she had chosen, of course.
Come, let us go there as well.
I wonder who Beatrice picked. Natsuhi could be seen in her room.
All right, let's get to it.
Kraus had instructed her to retire for the night, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she was aware that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference to begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushiramiya family honor from his greedy siblings, all by himself. So many people are saying, why Natsuhi? Why do you think? Keyword think. Think, think, think. Come on, guys. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting there was the best way she could support him, that didn't make waiting any easier. Natsuhi opened a drawer and took out the small box she kept her treasures in. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere odds and ends. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes. She pulled out a small pouch out of the box. She emptied its contents onto her palm. It was a kind of charm that her birth family had given her when she had married. It was a spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her face was reflected in the mirror. No, yeah, I'm definitely, yeah, like, not trying to, I'm not saying chat is not following an easy thing here or whatever. I'm just telling them, don't stop thinking, as usual. She wasn't as young as she once was. Recently, she had begun to see a bit of her parents and grandparents in her own face. So when she stared at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the side of her parents, and the family she had been born into. Okay, I gotcha.
Father, Mother, I cannot support my husband, and I have only myself to blame.
Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuhi continued.
I am waiting here alone because I love my husband. However, I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. It's tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love.
A tear plopped onto the mirror. Old, dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside of her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all of her children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her being as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband, even after being left alone in charge of the house. Because of your love for your husband, you couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. The sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look about the room. When she did, there stood a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress.
What? Who are you?
Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in this mansion. However, though this was supposedly her first time meeting this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere before. Her anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and her confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know caused her mind to go blank. So much so that it took quite a bit of time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 12 years ago. 12 years ago. 19 years ago. I don't know why I said 12. Sorry. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I won't hold that sin against you.
What are you talking about?
Beato had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. It was because of what Natsuhi had done to Battler. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, after discovering the fragment of the previous game, she had learned that there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Although that was just a blue wedge that Battler had used to protect Natsuhi from being framed, Beato thought it might have been a confession from Battler himself. And if that was the case, to her, Natsuhi was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life.
It was out of love for your husband that you killed that baby who lacked his blood, and it's out of love that I won't hold it against you.
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out! This is my room! Therefore, when I kill you for the sake of my love, please don't hold that against me either.
Beato slowly stuck out her arms, and with both hands she squeezed the air in front of her. That squeeze tightened around Natsuhi's throat. Natsuhi's heels lifted off the ground, and a faint purple hand shape appeared around her throat. Natsuhi frantically scratched at her throat, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own throat.
Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I don't think that my feelings for Battler-san are inferior to theirs. Just as I won't blame you for your sin of 19 years ago, I won't blame myself for this sin.
As Natsuhi twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. It rolled over to Beato, who dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. When Beato peered into it, there was a loud crack like a burst of electricity. That sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands, and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Coughing, Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato, whose head was still reeling and foggy as though she had hit it against something hard, slowly attempted to get to her feet. Her eyes were bewildered, as though she didn't even really understand what had happened.
What is this?
That is surprising. You could touch spiderwebs without trouble, but you cannot handle the spirit mirror?
Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What in the world?
She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards, and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect her as well. Even she couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror could have such an overpowering effect on her. But Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, this witch of the portrait, had to be the power of this mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked up the mirror. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't fully understand what was happening, so still sitting down, she looked vacantly at it. Spooky Star, the Elder Beatrice is the one who embodies the sort of like legends of the island and like the mythologies surrounding Beatrice and like the curses of Akujikijima and all of that kind of stuff, whereas, you know, this new Beatrice is something perhaps a little different in terms of what she represents. So just keep that in mind. And those two combined are what make the Beato that we knew before. At this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsuhi realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches.
The mirror. It's because you were an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. Don't point it at me!
With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the witch from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved forward to corner this evil.
I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me, and that you are a creature of evil who cowers before the spirit mirror. Begone, evil one!
Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear this spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. She understood that she had to be afraid, even if she didn't understand why. By now, Beato realized that this spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came close to her, she felt an increasingly strong burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint.
Now return to the world from whence you came, wicked one. I, Ushiramiya Natsuhi, will not falter back a single step to evil. It's no use. Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san, and Jessica-san and Ganon-san. I want Battler-san to see the value in me and treasure me. I've finally managed to admit that, so I can't fail now. Are you giving up? You and only you?
Believe. The miracle of love will surely occur.
I love Battler-san. I want him to notice me, and I want him to recognize and accept my feelings. My reason for calling him father as I dedicated myself to him was that no one helps a parent expecting something in return, and that helped me to come to terms with getting nothing back. It was a deception to fool myself with. I love Battler-san, and I want him to recognize that. I admit it. I won't hide from it any longer. I was born to love Battler-san, and to have him love me back. So, I can't afford to lose here. Begone, wicked one. There is no place for you here.
Her determination had come too late. If she had possessed it since the beginning, she would probably have finished off Natsuhi on the spot without any hesitation. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now, I am resolved.
I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me. So I can't lose here, because I was born for Battler-san's sake.
Yes, that is exactly
What we wanted to hear.
Following a sound like a beetle banging off the walls in the room, the spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell onto the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash.
Lucifer the Proud, right here. You dare mock me by having a single old mirror as my first target in so long? Lucifer's son? Beatrice-sama, you must complete your trial. She'll get away. Someone, help me! Someone!
Now that the spirit mirror she had been relying on had been smashed, and another strange demon had been added to the fold, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However, if Natsuhi made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was Beato's last chance.
Thank you, Lucifer-san. Prepare yourself, Ushiramiya Natsuhi.
Once again, Beato choked the empty air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away, for her sake if nothing else. But her strength wasn't enough. While scratching at her throat, Natsuhi fought to escape the room. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A locked room is one of the definitions that makes a witch. Even unlocking the door would strengthen the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit even within the locked room, if Natsuhi undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsuhi would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsuhi's began to surpass Beato's slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might. However, Natsuhi was just slightly stronger.
That's enough.
I can't remember who this is supposed to be.
Lucifer, do it.
As you wish.
Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsuhi's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsuhi's forehead. Natsuhi crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard.
Say, ZEPAR, does this count? Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her own strength alone.
You raise a good point, Furfur. True, this trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of another.
But maybe there are exceptions to that?
After all, a pair in love are as one. This is not outside assistance. But, Battler-san.
Did you really have to scare me like that on the first twilight?
Forgive me. I didn't follow your instructions.
Instructions?
Well, I didn't stay in my room.
Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably.
In that case, I should apologize too. I should have been more kind.
No. Father, Battler-san, you did nothing wrong.
It's okay. Call me whatever you like.
Huh?
Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now.
True, the old you may have just called me Battler. At first, I might have tried to force you to speak to me in that way. But forcing that on you is pointless. You are Beato, but you're yourself. You can call me whatever you want.
But, Battler-san...
Sure, that works great. Can't say being called father is really my thing.
Yes.
Until this point, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. Even if she had known that Battler wanted her to say his name without honorifics, that would have been beyond her right now. And even if she had been able to call him that, doing so could have hurt Battler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Battler by his name. If you just looked into her eyes, there would be no need to describe how happy this made her feel. Well, okay, Astra, that's not true. He's not necessarily saying that either. He's just saying, like, I'm not going to force you to feel one way about me. Just feel however you want to.
I heard from ZEPAR and FURFUR. It looks like you're in the middle of some bizarre game.
Yes. I'm sorry for doing this without asking.
No, it's fine. I never did know what you were going to do next. Getting up to antics like this is really like you. And, well, I've heard about the intent of the game. Apparently, you're supposed to tackle it as a pair. Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler.
If you can emerge from our trial victorious,
we will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you.
It looks like these guys were the ones giving power to Beato's golden butterfly brooch. So they've proven to produce results. We've been stuck with each other for a long time now. Nothing wrong with playing this sort of game every now and then.
Battler-san.
Oh, did you hear that, Furfur? It looks like Lord Battler's joining in as well.
That's no surprise. After all, we've known since the beginning.
Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler. And who will your sacrifice be?
My work is already done. Go and check it if you want.
Very well, Lord Battler. Come, Furfur, let us go check.
Yes, let's. But Zepar, this means that all 6 lovers have completed their trial. What should we do next?
The resolve of all 6 is the real deal. Let us test them further in the next trial.
The 2 noisy demons disappeared. It seemed that they had left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. But it also seemed that they had done so in order not to bother Battler and Beato, who could finally look each other in the eye and talk. What do you think of the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Anje immediately came to her senses. Then, realizing that she had become immersed in this woman's tale, she felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. You've cleverly tried to mix things up with all this about the love trial. But exactly 6 people have died setting up the first twilight. Impressive.
Oh, you're right. I didn't realize.
Amakasa clapped his hands as though he had been outsmarted. Even though he'd figured it out before me, he played the fool. That's simply because the number of lovers just happened to be 6. The fact that it matched the number of the first twilight was half coincidence, half design. It's a bit more interesting that way. Feels more like fate. Humans have the bad habit of taking 2 meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together. Trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books.
I guess you aren't a fan of destiny and miracles, Missy.
They're like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has ever seen them.
There's a cool metaphor.
So, normally I would move right along at this point, my only comment being that love and illusions are unnecessary, useless scenes from a mystery story. But Okanogi-san disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached.
Ah, you mean President Okanogi's killer phrase? Without love it cannot be seen?
Yeah, that. If I were to set aside the anger I feel towards this fictional murder of my family, and speak with respect for you as the one who wrote this tale, I'd say there must be a point to this depiction. After all, you've used up all these pages talking about love and trials. In other words, those are the themes and the key words of this tale.
Uh-huh.
And there are many who claim that all words not written in red ink are not worth reading. It is an honor, child of man, that you have read the black letters as well. Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate, and some writers feel that it's unrefined to lay out everything too directly. All of this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the works before this one. This new work makes that even more striking. It means that this is the one thing the writer wanted to tell the most, the thing they wanted the reader to think about the most. Thinking about it, there may have been many scenes about love since Beato first appeared. Even when she first appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she gave her was also an item for love. She said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After Beato's interactions with Battler started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while, but the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic was mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale right before this one, where Beato had become like a doll, the scenes shown made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato accepted each other as adversaries, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler regained some kind of memory, and his impression of Beato underwent a complete change. Bailey with the $2. Ryukishi really screaming the message this episode. Yeah, pretty much. Delina, let's try not to mention too much about Higurashi, please. From the beginning and throughout, the word love has been repeated over and over again. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love. However, that's not the assertion of Maria One-chan or Beatrice. It's the assertion of Hachijo Toya. Correct. That is what I wanted to tell. And it is my own sort of answer.
Answer? You're saying the entire incident of 12 years ago was caused by a trial of love started by some strange demons?
Ridiculous. I didn't come here to read a romance novel you wrote. What I want to know is about the truth you claim to have reached. Foolish child of man. I have exhausted so many words, and yet you still do not understand? With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Ange. She was probably hinting, if you can't stand talking with me, you can get out. Perhaps even, if you're going to read my noble work and fail to understand it, what's more, not even try, you can get out for that reason as well. Under normal circumstances, Ange would already have thrown a fit and left. However, Ange couldn't do that. Though she found it sickening that a total stranger was playing around with her family's fates in these stories. After reading this far through her tale, she was growing increasingly certain of something else. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really did have the same presence, the same scent, as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, the tale had the same scent, because its author had arrived at the real truth. Ange was beginning to understand this. Hachijo Toya was the one who reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box. If one has reached Beatrice's truth, they can create a new tale, whoever they are. With this new manuscript, I'm sure some other than myself will appear and reach the truth. Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. So there will be more and more endless witches. Yes, and these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's catbox tale. The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth. When that happens, the very first endless witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded for writing such long letters, packing them in bottles and throwing them into the sea. You could have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seat. However, you did not. Why? I hate to admit it, but I'm starting to think that your tale has some sort of truth or hint within it. I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love it cannot be seen. That is as it should be, child of man. Perhaps as the last surviving member of the Yoshiramiya family, it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor. Ange Beatrice. Sometimes I have no idea what she's saying, but I'm positive she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. To summarize, I couldn't understand the truth from just the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And since then, I've been reading tale after tale of hints. Then, these hints are challenges provoking me to think. Precisely. Perfect. I'll find this truth you say you've reached. I was meant to visit this place after all. You were indeed. And it is because you are yet to arrive there that I invited you here, child of man. Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. And now that I've found you, for the first time, I too will be able to see the truth with both eyes.
So, the first twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me sleepy.
You have some sleep in your eye.
Where?
That was immature. As you wish. Let's get started. We'll begin with the first twilight. We are getting very close to the line I want to stop on. Might be another, 10-ish minutes or so. We'll see. Erica was dozing off on the bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down.
Yes. Who is it? I hope you have a good reason for knocking on the detective's door at an hour like this. That's right. I have one thing to say before we begin this game.
Oh? That detective proclamation thing? Knock yourself out.
No, just the opposite. I say we raise the stakes. Raise the stakes?
What's this? Now that sounds interesting.
What do you mean?
It's simple. Battler got a shot off at us in the last game. So if Erica does the same in this game, we're only even.
Wasn't the last game a tie?
We threw a game that we should have won easily. If that isn't a loss, I don't know what is. Right, Erica?
Yes, my master. We were expected to win that game if I hadn't failed so miserably.
Oh, I get it. So this time you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation and win despite that. You're aiming to not only wipe out your loss from the previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right?
You intend to challenge the game Battler-san poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that? That's not only presumptuous, it's quite rude.
Sure is. Sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose.
True, you could look at it that way. If they win, it's a great victory. But if they lose, Erica's side has a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit unsporting?
Don't worry, the bet will be evenly balanced. If Erica can win this game as a human without the detective proclamation, it will be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the witch illusion. But on the other hand, should Erica lose, I'm going to hurl that garbage detective into the depths of oblivion along with the worst possible fragment. See, balanced, right? The ultimate victory of destroying the witch illusion is a mere human, not a superhuman detective. In exchange for that, she wagers her own destruction. I've gotten tired of the never-ending stream of bland and boring games that you and the former Beato played, so we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once.
Well, that is true. If Battler can sell this game, it will mean that Battler has won Beato's game and the game will come to an end. In a sense, this is the kind of finale you can't pass up, right?
I understand your position. Are you fine with that, Erica?
Yes, of course. In order to regain my master's trust in me, which I lost with my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction.
Is that of your own will? What's wrong, Erica? Answer him.
Obviously. This is my own will. I will not lose. Even without the detective proclamation. I will defeat you no matter what! Battler-san.
All right. If that's what you want, I'll accept your challenge.
Thank you very much. I'll make sure you regret it.
Come to think about it, when Battler played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as the detective's authority. He was only allowed blue truth and repetition requests.
Sorry, I had to approve a comment for some reason. YouTube tried to block something, but it wasn't a bad one, so I don't know.
Exactly. In a way, it was the previous game that was truly unfair. We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Do what you want. If you feel like making a detective proclamation, just do it whenever you like. I'll consider it to be an option you're keeping available.
Why would I ever need to do that? Against an opponent as weak as you?
Then get started, you two. I'm already starting to get bored.
Leave it to me, my master. I will destroy this witch illusion for you without fail.
George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erica's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't.
A good while ago, they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room.
Of course they didn't. Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. Please stay here, you two. I'm going to go check the mansion.
Hey, it's dangerous to go out this late.
How could a stranger sneak onto the sealed-off island? Stay in that cousin's room of yours. I'll contact you if anything happens. Also, tell the servants in the guest house servant room not to leave the building. Bye. Wait a second. Erica-san!
She's a strange kid.
After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erica dashed down the stairs and rushed outside.
The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we've got an early fight this time. No crime has occurred in the guest house, so that means the stage of this tragedy is in the mansion.
Though she had an umbrella up, Erica got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face. Erica was now at her most energetic. According to her memory of the previous game, the entrance to the mansion would be locked at the same time the family conference started. However, the lock was undone this time. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock?
Well, no point in thinking about it now. After all, that might just be the whim of the game masters.
As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body.
Ah, good evening, Goda-san. Is something the matter?
Police! Ambulance!
That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Just fitting for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island in the middle of a typhoon? I'm pretty sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself.
Kraus and Rudolph's yells could be heard from the parlor. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the arrival of the first twilight.
Well then, give me the victims, the locations, and a reconstruction of the situation.
Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside, and they couldn't open it. As they would learn later, the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside.
You just fucking love that hat stand, don't you, Battler?
So you're trying to say the door was blocked from the inside and the windows were also locked from the inside?
That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in an unnatural position, with blood pouring from her forehead. Then they smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall and covered in blood.
I see. I'm sure there was quite an uproar. And the other crime scenes?
The entrance wasn't locked when you came into the mansion because they had gone out through it to check the parlor from the outside. Since the entrance was locked before the adults went through it, they thought that the other people who had gone missing might be somewhere within the mansion in a similar condition. So they're now searching the entire building.
Are the locations of the dead the same as in that long-winded putrid delusion of yours that showed up earlier?
They're the same.
Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. As for the others, Natsuhi was in her own room and Kyrie was in Kraus's study. Ava was in the rose garden. No, wait. She was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she?
Yes. They discovered Ava's body in the VIP room. It's just not Erica's, Ava's.
That makes 5 victims. Huh, that's one short for the first twilight. Who's the 6th and where are they?
Pro-sama. The chain on this room is also set.
Cut it!
The culprit might be hiding in there. Goda, do it!
Rudolph and Kraus had brought rifles from Kinzo's prized collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the bolt cutter, to cut the chain. Victims had been found, one after another, at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprit. This was a guest room. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay, but it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgotten room was locked from the inside by the chain. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room.
Who's in there? Show yourself! There's someone on the bed. Let's get some light. Aniki!
Kraus pushed the switch on the wall. The guest room lit up, and the figure lying on the bed came into view.
Battler! Damn it! What are you even doing in here?
Rudolph crumpled to his knees and fell onto Battler's body. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he had lost both his wife and his son. During this time, Kraus checked the window locks in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but he found no one.
Battler! Battler! Damn it!
How sad. It's hard to believe, but just like the others, this is a locked room.
What? Again?
Yes. My study where Kyrie-san was.
Natsui's room. The VIP room with Ava. The parlor with Rosa and her daughter. And now Battler-kun in this guest room. They're all locked rooms. I don't understand. Are we to believe this is suicide? Like hell it is. How could this be suicide? Battler!
Oh. There's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the sixth person.
It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then.
And that is where we will be stopping for tonight. But once again, as always, stick around for theory crafting and art. Yay! Let's go to the character menu. Okay, so it seems like YouTube is just arbitrarily cutting every, arbitrarily blocking every chat message that includes the word fuck, which I did not tell it to do. So, whatever. Just be aware, I guess. Anywho. Erica, Matt, Pat. You guys get talking about theory stuff, and I will pull up art. Yeah, true. You saying it makes it work for me, so from now on, if you do it on purpose and you get blocked, I'm not approving it for you. Let's see. Some pretty good ones in here. Okay, I think that this is all of the art, but let me check the Discord just in case. Oh, this is really good. And this is also very good. Okay.
So let's pull back up chat. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. For the credit art for Erica MatPat. Yes. Sorry, I hadn't realized Indigo your name change until today, right before stream. Because I haven't been lurking in the Discord as much. I've been kind of busy. But I will change that for next stream. Just, yeah. Sorry about that. I will do that. Definitely. Because yeah, it's unfortunately text that's actually on the image layer. It's not in Streamlabs, so I can't just like go in there and change it right this second. But okay. So let's see. Bailey, not a theory, just wanted to mention I started Higurashi, finished episode 2, and first, what the heck, second, dang, fascism slaps. That is such a thing to say without explaining the context. Guys, there is an OST track in Higurashi called Fascism. But yeah, Higurashi's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Normal gay bro, the way the Game Master Battler had Kyrie confess to premeditating a murder that she just happened to never get the chance to commit is iconic, and I love it. Might as well have her express her true feelings, right? Smiles, Sayoshia, that's all I have to say. Still on that train, and yeah, I mean, you guys who are on that train keep it chugging, so I have to admire the effort and dedication. Nightlight, better than Twitch, which is not safe for work chat filter, which you have to turn off for streamer on mobile. It blocked the word bum for me once. What? Okay. Deathbird, no theories here. Just the fact that I got to update the Sin chart today. Yay. Definitely a lot to think about in terms of that, huh? The ultimate Zora link, and yet for being the father of the main character, I feel like we know less about Rudolph than any of the other parents, certainly less than Natsuhi, Ava, and Rosa. Yep. That's true. That is true. Indigo, I can't figure out Toya, but I've been thinking, is the man from 19 years ago an uncharitable interpretation of the killer? Beato seems like she's a scapegoat in some ways. An interesting way to think about it. The man from 19 years ago is much more personal and never showed up when Beato was Game Master. Yes, that was exactly the point that I was going to bring up before, because, yeah, you would assume that there's something going on there, considering the fact that the man from 19 years ago is specified as one of those things in the game run by Lambda, where it's like, Beato theoretically could have done this, but she didn't. And why didn't she? You know. I don't know. Let's see. Plus, I remember Marcy saying when Rudolph fought the Sloth sister that it was fitting, and we haven't seen why that is yet. Oh, you will. Shanna's both Canon and Beato. That means her type is the Ashiramiya family, and that's terrifying. True! Normal gay bro, I know I'm seemingly the only George enjoyer, but he really popped off against Rosa. You mean Ava? You mean... Yeah, do you mean Ava? He's usually just a silly guy, but sometimes he gets to be cool. Yeah, I think, like, that the scene with George and Ava is very interesting. I do... yeah, you meant Ava. Okay. But yeah, like, it acts as a very interesting metaphor for a lot of the ways in which Ava has been a sort of, like her style of parenting, especially. It definitely goes to show that George's rearing is in no way, like, particularly good either. I really wish Ava talked about her womb less. Yeah, I mean, yes. It's not meant to be, like, weird. It's just, you know. It's just, it's a little bit, like, strangely literal. But, yeah. Ultimate Zora Link. Although one thing I'm almost sure on is the I have to tell you thing Rudolph keeps mentioning is him knowing that Asumu and Kyrie's kids were swapped, but Kyrie doesn't know he did this. Ooh, okay. Very interesting. I mean, yeah, if that was what you wanted to have a talk about, it's almost certainly makes sense to be like, yeah, she might kill me over that. Because, I mean, we know Kyrie. We know Kyrie. Ferris, I feel like it's fine to point out the problem he represents in the story, but focus on that above all other things and disregard what his scenes are about kind of gets old. I understand that. I to be honest, I don't think you're ever going to fully have some people get past that, and I understand that as well because that's just the nature of the beast. But yes, there is a meaning in a lot of George's scenes that do hold weight within the actual, like, themes of the story and stuff like that. That isn't, you know, necessarily, you know, like, you're supposed to look into that more than anything else. And whether you can or not is up to you. But, you know, I do think it is an important part of Umineko nonetheless. So what were the specifics about Rosa's corpse? It seemed like a clean death. Is poison possible? Perhaps. We'll see. I don't think we've actually gotten into super specifics about the bodies yet, though. Nightlight. I'm in the middle of chapter 3 of Higurashi. Some of the hornier bits make me uncomfy, but I love the story so far. Yeah, that's pretty much my total attitude about Higurashi. I love Higurashi, but, like, unfortunately, the horny anime humor never really goes away. Just the product of its time, I guess. Indigo. Oh yeah, and composite Sayo theory for At Last. Her and Yoshia makes a lot of sense now with the fact that they can't both have love for unspecified furniture reasons. Okay. Seditious. I'm guessing the Battler could have lied about what happened to point where Jessica, George, Canon, Yoshia, and Shannon actually had nothing to do with it, or at least less. Okay. Interesting. I hope Rudolph becomes the lady with the gun this chapter. Well, I mean, he did birth Battler all by himself, according to some people in this community. Let's see. I wonder if Battler is going to intentionally lose or otherwise end without winning the bet because Erica's being forced into it. I don't know. We'll see. Diamorph Girl, Canon, Jessica Trice theory. I think Jessica and Canon are both Beatrice, and Meta Beatrice is a combination between the two, but also her own entity. Shannon is real, but Canon is Shannon's true self. Chick Beato is Canon, someone whose first love was Battler and is obsessed with him at the beginning, polite and shy like a servant. Older Beato is Jessica, someone who doesn't have ladylike speech and did pranks on the servants at night to entertain herself by dressing herself up and haunting the place. Combined together, they are Beatrice, a manifestation of the culprit's desires that still has feelings for Battler but also wants to take revenge upon him and the Ushirimiya family. But she is her own person and later gains her own sentience, akin to a daughter of the two, like how Erica, the Witch of Truth, is a daughter/piece of burn. That's probably wrong. I mean, it's an interesting theory nonetheless. I do like the ways that you've incorporated, like, Jessica's mannerisms and appearance into this one as well. That's definitely some interesting thoughts swirling around in there. Did a pretty good job for that theory. For unknown reasons, Ava and Rosa get mixed up inconsistently, but still kind of frequently. It's poetic and disgusting, truly a masterpiece to disturb you. I am a Deathbird, I am a baby swap truther. Yeah, a lot of people on the baby swap train. We know for a fact that our Battler isn't Asumu's biological son. That's true.
Kyrie regularly threatens Rudolph. Like she's likely being sarcastic, but still. We'll see. Indigo. Yeah, the scenes are actually pretty good. It's just difficult to accept the story on its own terms. Oh, talking about George. Yeah, I understand that, definitely. Really interested in how Rudy would feel about knowing that Kyrie fully intended to murder his wife. Like, no way he knows, right? I don't know. I don't know. No way to know. Kyrie, are you serious or Jay? The ultimate Zorlink. Also, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Nanjo disappears too often for me not to be sus on him. He is definitely up to something and laying low. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. That is true. Nanjo disappears into the void quite often. Curious to see if the peace version of the lovers all, like, know what they did. June. It is interesting how love is seen in the victims. Love of a mother, daughter, mother, and son. Love for an ex-fiance. It's also interesting how they manifest love themselves. Kyria would literally kill for love. In fact, she almost did. Rosa signed a loan out of love, not to be committed insurance fraud for love. Maria is willing to brush all of her mom's bad traits away to love her. I'm so tired. This is all I have. No, it's a very interesting recurring theme. I also think motherhood is a very interesting recurring theme in this episode in particular. In all kinds of crazy fucking ways. It's a lot. I love women. So much women focus in this episode. Arabaki, I find it very enjoyable that all of episode 6 can be solved without love it cannot be seen, because now I can reply to all murder questions with that phrase. Yeah, pretty much. Since Beato can compete for the brooch, does that mean she is furniture? I don't know. The logic error we saw earlier with someone trapped in the room was Battler not being able to explain his own death by human means. We'll see. Citrine Rain with Canadian $5. I figured out the brooch demon's genders. They, them, and them, they. Yeah, all they said was that they were the opposite gender of each other. They didn't actually specify what that gender was. But this game we're gonna find out about the Battler swap, since Rudolph is gonna feel a lot of regret about both his wife and son being dead, so is gonna tell someone and Battler's gonna find out. Maybe. We'll see. Normal Gabriel, I'm really confused about composite Scio theory. Why is everyone Shannon specifically? Why isn't Canon everyone? I don't understand, but I guess I'll worry more about if it turns out to be real. Well, I mean, I'm not really sure what you mean by that, because if everybody is Shannon or everybody is Canon, like, I mean, then that if that were the truth, then they would still all be the same people, so I don't really think the origin person, quote unquote, matters that much? Question mark? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to follow the logic there. I'm just saying, like, what, huh? If that were the case, then, yeah, I don't know. Why would it matter? If I'm following you guys' theory correctly, I mean, maybe I missed something. I believe in the 19-year-old Battler theory more than the baby swap one, personally. Perhaps. Also, if we considered that both Asumu and Kyrie's kids were stillborn and Rudolph had swapped a third mistress's baby since he had many for Asumu's, if he had got too late and go into labor at once, why not 3? Well, that hasn't been mentioned before. I call shenanigans on that. Nox's whatever it is. I don't remember the specific number. The third baby X. Mistress X, if you will. Asumu is an interesting character. We never met her. We only get what other thoughts of her. Battler who loves her and Kyrie who hates her. Her true self lies outside of your view, like Kinzo. In a way, yeah. What the hell is that void Nanjo was in? In like another episode he's not shown, but that one time he was in the flipping void. I don't know, Nanjo just went out into some deep dark hole somewhere or something. The only time Canon is really outspoken is when dealing with the meta stuff or Shannon specifically. Okay, interesting. Nanjo is innocent because his name sounded like banjo, and banjo players are incapable of murder. I'll take your word for it. Lust A+ works for Rudolph fine. It sure does. Motherhood was definitely important in episodes 3 and 5, which focused on Eva and Natsuhi. I think the next episode might focus on Asumu, since my theory includes that Asumu is Jessica's bio mom. Okay, interesting. Interesting. You are going places with that. I am very compelled by what you were thinking of over there. ERA, for what I know, there's 3 babies, the dead one, and Battler. We know all of them might have 18 to 19, and since I don't trust Shannon, she's the dead baby. Alright. Nightlight, why'd they have to go and kill all the women except Kumasawa and Jessica, I guess, but Jessica's more of a girl than a woman at this point. Oh, and Shannon. Personally, I think the 19-year-old is not Battler. Okay. The 3rd baby eggs. Rudolph juggling mysterious pregnant lady eggs. Mistress X is my drag name. So true. Is that the baby of 83?
Is that the baby of 83? Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Umineko no Nakukoro ni. Today, we're going to find out if Natsuhi really did kill that baby.
Okay. Menlo, there's a JP genre of opera with all women actors, some of whom play male actors, and they use a very specific vocal register to do it. Official VA for the blue hair Love Demon has that voice. Food for thought. Oh, interesting. Okay, I actually didn't know that. That is an interesting fun fact. Nox is first. Clues must be presented early in the story. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I needed to know that. That was the first thing I heard after rejoining the stream. You're welcome. 07151129 is actually the number of Rudolph's mistresses. Nox allows this. Okay, you got me there. Maybe okay. My guess is that Nanjo sneaks out to Kumadorian for some reason. Okay. I think part of why I'm not on board with the baby swap is the logistics. Is the hospital in on it? Are these simultaneous at-home deliveries? Do Ashiramiya's own a hospital? Like, I don't see it right now. Well, I mean, to be entirely fair, if we are going with the idea of baby swap, if we are believing that this is what's happening, Rudolph is filthy stinking rich. Like, just absolutely fucking loaded. Incredibly wealthy and influential. You think he can't just, like, pass a wad of cash to a doctor and be like, hey, at ease, soldier, go out and smoke a pack for a while? I'm just saying. I might write down the theory later in the comments later, since it's 1,000 words long. Yeah, go ahead. I'm more than happy to see it. Seditious, since small bombs were foreshadowed in an earlier episode where Battler uses them as an argument, maybe this time there were real small bombs, fulfilling that one Nox rule. Well, it's always a possibility. Small bombs lurking around every corner. Until further notice, I'm working under the assumption that the Gospel House orphanage is identical to the one from Promised Neverland. Oh no, that would be bad. Imagine MatPat and Umineko. I don't need to.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Rokenjima Theory. Today I've decided to retire from the witch hunters.
Osamu and Kyrie were staring each other down, feet apart, making the swap really easy. Yeah, they're just like locked eyes doing the little electric anime stare. I think people are vastly overestimating the amount of money it takes to make something unethical happen. I mean... Kyrie said outright that Rudolph made all the arrangements for the birth hospital. He had the opportunity to pick the one he could apply most pressure to. That's a decent argument, actually. That's a decent argument. Small bumps are unlikely for most of the Ashiramiya since they went through a metal detector. I don't know if they did go through a metal detector. I don't know if they had that in airports back then. This was pre-9/11, remember? Also in Japan. Also, it's their private little dinky plane anyway. Immaculate conception, Rudolph makes the baby swap theory null. Fair. Fair. They did? It was written in episode 1? Was it? Then maybe I'm just crazy. I just didn't remember. Okay, yeah. I guess I just forgot then. You have it on lock. I trust you. Sorry, picking back up on Nanjo, I have to reiterate, why is he there? Everybody has a purpose. Rudy had twins when he delivered. It's true. So with knowing Kinzo dead, it really bugs me that he's there for seemingly no reason. Well, I mean, yeah, he's there to help maintain the illusion that Kinzo is still alive. He's in on it. What? What? Huh? So. Why is Nanjo at the specific conference since Kinzo is dead? Well, I mean, that's the only time that the entire family is going to be there, so that's really the only time they need to pull the trick. Also, yeah, to eat Goto's food. So true. Oh, but he wasn't at the previous one episode 5 showed. I mean, we don't know that for sure, right? I mean, like, we didn't see the whole conference, so I don't know if we know for sure if he wasn't there. Imagine if the way the loops end is that Gota feeds the culprit Sanji style and they stop the murders. I mean, it would get me. Only Gota is trustworthy. That's true. Remember, Nanjo isn't a killer. That is true. That was stated in the red text. I was joking about why Nanjo was there at first, but slowly I'm convincing myself. Why didn't Battler just stay alive? Is he stupid? True! Battler is indeed a little stupid. Just a little. Just a smidge. He's okay. Be nice to him. Does he know? Yeah, Battler is incompetent. Red text, Battler is incompetent. When was Nanjo said not to be a killer? I believe that was in episode 4 when they were going back over
one of the last Twilights in episode 1. Okay. I am cutting off theory time so we can get to the art. Thank you so much for everybody's speculations. Now we will get to the funny doodles. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Oh, I'm glad I refreshed real quick. Otherwise, I would have missed this really cool art from ERA. Yay, yay, yippee, yippee. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on the fan art layer and go to this. Yay! Okay, so allow me to pull up this tab here. So first we have this from Salted Night. I'm back with Umineko Brainrot, designed by Umineko OC after watching multiple streams. This still isn't the final design, but I wanted to show anyway. She's just a quirky girl. I really like this design. I like the colors a lot. I like the sort of uneven, like the thing with the skirt going on. Like the sort of cravat dealio. Also the hair is just in a fun shape in general. Very, very good stuff. There's some struggling artists who will ping you later? Okay, okay. So, yeah. Anyway, very good stuff. We also have this on Tumblr from the Stormy Nobody. Lou Petrucci is real and will probably hurt you. Hyperfixation combination beam go. I cannot explain myself without spoiling In Stars in Time or Umineko other than to say it would be funny and ended up spending too much time. Again, blame NezumiVA for the Umineko brain rot. I do not know anything about In Stars in Time. I haven't played it, but a lot of people have recommended it to me, and I showed this art to my housemate who has played it, and he looked at me and said, "That's really interesting," and then didn't elaborate. So I'm sure I'll understand someday. But thank you for the art. It's very good. Very cool. We have this from Indigo on Tumblr at the URL Spaniel Tower as usual. Jessica and Nyanon Yoshinya. Not 100% sure if I'll be at the stream this week, but still wanted to give you all a little something in case not. These are two I'm rooting for. Also, I am trying out a new name, Indigo. I don't like the name Daniel making others think of me in male terms, so I wrote up a list of names to try out, and so far I like Indigo the best. Awesome! It's still subject to change, and IDK if I'll change my Spaniel Tower username, but yeah, I said this on Discord, which you can join for a one-time payment on Patreon, wink wink, yeah! Before, but I'd be much obliged if people could start using that name for me, trying it on like a hat. Looking forward to watching the next part. Hope everyone has a wonderful night. Happy birthday, chat. This is very cute. I do like that you gave Jessica the stripes too. I think that's like a very interesting choice to catify Jessica rather than making her a solid color. I think it's good. I think it brings out her personality. Her personality. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, yes. We have this from Dingo's Trash. Since I'm usually more of a Fate artist, I thought I'd do some voice actor connection shenanigans. Sayaka Ohara voicing Iris Vale, and Daisuke Ono voicing Ad. Mostly just an excuse to draw Beato in Iris' sweet-ass dress. I'm very excited to experience more Umineko. NezumiVA's stream VODs have been such a nice way to spend my Saturdays. Her voice acting, her presentation, it is all so excellent. Thank you so much. So for those of you who don't know, and I'll show the alternative picture here. Iris Vale is a character from Fate Zero. That was essentially the most prominent Fate work that she was a part of. Which is a prequel to Fate Stay Night. I won't get too much into it, but Iris Vale is a character that I adore. I don't know if you guys actually know this about me, because I haven't really talked much about my Type Moon interest stuff beyond Tsukihime on the occasion. But
Yeah. I fucking love Iris Vale. And it's coincidence. I didn't even know that she was voiced by Sayaka Ohara before, like, a couple of years ago, actually. But she does a fantastic job in that role, just as she does as Beatrice, obviously. She was first mentioned in Hollow Ataraxia, I think. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of Type Moon stuff that I still have to get around to. I still actually have to sit down and read the full VN of Stay Night. Is there any way to read the Fate VN? Not officially yet, outside of fan translations, but an official translation is actually coming out this year. So you will be able to do that this year at some point. But yeah, I love Irisville. This is really good. This is very cute. I like it a lot. Also, Beato and Irie's dress is fantastic. Very good. It also reminds me of, oh god, I can't remember the form name. Hold on, sorry, guys. I'm gonna derail this whole fucking fan art section for a second to look this up. What is the name of that one form of Arcuade? I don't know. Archetype Earth, yes. Ferris, thank you for saving me. Yes, it does remind me a little bit of Archetype Earth. Beato in this dress, that is. But yeah. Anyway, very cool stuff. Thank you for this art. Really enjoy it. We have here this from the Death-Bird on Tumblr. The sin chart for Kraus. Look at the funny man with the funny shape. Looks like someone who would fall for a pyramid scheme. So much hate. Yeah, that's the funny shape, is the pyramid, obviously. Pride A, Envy C, Wrath C, Sloth B, Greed C, Gluttony D, Lust E. Fun fact, his stat total in numbers is 95. Very interesting. Negative lust. Well, yeah, I mean, why do you think it took so long for Jessica to be born? I don't necessarily think that it has to be Natsuhi's fault. Very, very good once again. We have this from ERA, whose Twitter is @storm_studios. That's ZTUDIOZ. Been a horrible month. Too many surprises I didn't like, but the Umineko community makes me happy. Thank you for being alive, and thank you for making me draw once again.
I'll marry her, like it or not.
Boop, boop, boop. I'll make you understand.
Mama, wait.
Oh, so now I'm Mama.
How is the phone even working? I love Ava's expression in this, and Banana George is fucking killing me. This is really good. This is really, really good. I do really like this. We have this from A-Pining-Tree. Early stream loop posting. What have I created? Oh, wait, I clicked off the window and it stopped. Don't stop. Keep on shaking. But yeah, very good. Another art submission in the Discord? Okay. Okay. I see. No, don't bring it up early. We'll get to it in a second. But first, let's get to this from Ubi-Ubi on Tumblr. That's OOBI-OOBI. Erica? Ben Shapiro coded? Yeah. I love her so much. She's like Detective Conan, but if he sucked as a trait.
Facts don't care about your feelings, but I do. Let me know if anything has been bothering you lately, okay?
This is just before she, shoves a fork in his arm or something. Really, really pretty drawing, though, actually. I really love the way that she looks in your style. The face is really, really good. And the eyelashes are really, really good, too.
Very good work. 2 on Discord. Oh, yes. I actually saw that one earlier. I did grab it. You are safe. I got you. But here we have this from a-pining-tree. Again, thank you, the Death-Bird, for letting me draw your own furniture pravuli for this Umineko catfight doodle. I may try to finish it, but not today. Oh, the worried little Sakutaro, the anime eye lightning. This is really good. This is very interesting. I like this. I like that you guys not only are making your own Umineko OCs, but also now having them interact. This is really good. I like this. I like this a lot. We have achieved something here together. I expect to see some fully rendered Sakuga of their immense epic anime battle in the near future. Please, that is reasonable to ask for, I assume. We have this from Discord, and this is from this is Phantom Marigold's art, right? Yes, this is Phantom Marigold's art. And this is a cool Anjay and Featherine as Reader and Miko, Reader, and her master. I really like, you know, once again, the like sort of traditional actual Miko garb. Anjay looks very cute in it. This is very, very good. And also, Featherine is drawn very well here as well. Very graceful. I really like the purple lighting as well. It's very atmospheric. It's very good. It's really, really good. And we also have this from Phantom Marigold as well, a burn doodle, which is also really, really good. I really like the colors here. I really like the pose a lot. There's something that's like very, very charming about your art style to me. It reminds me of like, I don't know if anybody's gonna remember what I'm talking about here, but like, do any of you guys remember the sort of like, you know, like paint program, like, but really well rendered paint program art that people would post on like Japanese websites back in the day? I think they like called it like oekaki. But like, yeah, your art style reminds me a lot of that, and it's very good because it's I don't know, for some reason it like taps into a very nostalgic part of my brain. It's very good. No, not Kid Pics. Yes, somebody remembers oekaki. That was definitely a thing back in the day on certain internet communities and stuff. Yeah, but that's how it's spelled, is how Menlo spelled it in the chat. If you're curious, go looking for it. You'll see what I mean. But yeah, very good. Very good. We have this whip from also ERA. I didn't get to finish, but Avatrice rules. This is really, really good. I really like this expression. The smile is fucking awesome. I don't know how to say it without it sounding weird, but like, you know, the folds on the face, that like the little creases around her eyes and the like the little knitting of her brows and stuff like that. Very, very good. Really good expression work. You did an awesome job on this, ERA. Fan-freaking-tastic. Good shit. And lastly but not leastly, in case, yeah. We have this from Gloomy Squids, which is Doodle of the Rat absolutely owning a literal child and destroying their feelings with hardcore facts. Yeah, I think that's how she feels in her brain all the time. No greater joy than poning a child and proving your awesome superiority.
Pretend there's a banana George in the center. Yeah, squishing him like a fucking fruit, bursting him. But yeah, this is really good. I really like the little patterning on Erica's stockings as well. Very fun. Also the classic double deuce. That might be a reference that flies over the majority of my audience's head.
The double deuce. That guy just gave me the bird. That's not funny.
But, anywho. Very, very wonderful fan art, as always. A wonderful stream. Great to be with you all. Oh, check Twitter one more time. Not seeing anything new. Unless it's just in my ads. Yeah, not seeing anything in my ads. Oh wait, there it is. Sorry, it took a second to show up. Let me bring us back. Sorry. No, it was not DBZ Abridged. It was Homestar Runner. But Jesse in the Mion fit. Let's go. Oh, trust me, Jesse fans. If you guys stick around and I actually decide to stream Higurashi in the future, you guys are gonna love Mion Sonozaki. Trust me. Just trust me. Pressing my hands together in a prayer emoji motion. Trust me. But anywho, very good Jessie. Love her. Love her to pieces. And that is gonna be it for today. But thank you, everybody, for sticking around and watching me. Once again, we've got 2 more streams of this episode left. A lot to unpack, but we will do it together. We will do it together, and it'll be a great time, as usual. So, with that being said, see you all next week, everybody. Have a great one. Bye!